picking the car for the thumbnail was actually quite tricky. It was between three of yous. Welcome everybody! How y'all doing? I told it to play music, but it's not playing music. There we go. Now we've got music. So, I hope everyone is doing well today, and today we have some absolutely fantastic looking cars we got here today. But let's start off by saying hello to who made it first. Zake, welcome! And welcome to Max Churchill. How's it going? You nearly made it, you were very close. Then Elias Heikkinen? Is that like Makinen? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong there. Raikkonen, that's what I'm thinking of. Thomas, welcome. Omei, welcome. Yes, you did once again make it to the thumbnail. And then Shivi, welcome. And I think my AC just kicked on. Thank God, it's really quite warm in here. So, third car in a row. I believe, yes, you do have a car in. I think your car, Elias, might be this one. Am I wrong in that? I'm not sure. You guys are saying, so I am not surprised. 911 clone? It does look pretty awesome. Welcome Digit Something. That's quite the name. Is that supposed to be a Holden in the bottom right, red? You know what, actually, I didn't check to see whether it was a Holden. Let's have a quick squidge. Where is it? That one was one of the ones that almost made the thumbnail as well. It doesn't say. Just says utility vehicle, American pickup. It does look like a ute, yes. And, like, long before the ute actually existed as well. So, I don't know. So the three cars which I was torn between, and it was actually almost going to be this Porsche, because the Porsche does look pretty darn good. Then this one, I went, you know what, yeah, no, we'll just go with that one. But the first one that I decided that I thought I might go with was going to be this ute, because it does look pretty good. It just, when I tried to get a photogenic angle, in the way in which you have to make a thumbnail from BeamNG for thumbnails for YouTube, it just wasn't photogenic from the right angles, which is unfortunate. From this angle, it looks really nice, in my opinion. Max Churchill, you see your car? Good. Anyway, let's jump in and check out the cars. I love doing that. Like, I set it up for this, like, beauty shot, and then I just show you guys, like, how far away it is actually zoomed. Reminds you of an FX Ute? It does a bit, yeah. And let me have an actual quick look there at an FX Ute. Yeah. So it has quite a different grille and very three-dimensional, more three-dimensional than what I remembered. Yeah, so yeah, I see that. Welcome, Crownless. How's it going? But we're going to start off with this one, which it looks like it has the cutout glitch. I wish you probably had to fix that before you sent it to me. Though I didn't remember seeing in the thumbnails it didn't have an issue. Was there something? Nope, that thumbnail is taken from automation. So yeah, obviously something went wrong and you didn't test it at all. So I'm not entirely sure what the go was here. Does it... You know what? Screw it. Whatever. Does it look good here? So... I don't know, just that? Yeah, there we go. I was unsold on the design of this, and I think that's part of the reason why it didn't get many votes here. The front just kind of like stoops down in a very odd, peculiar way, and it's a little bit blocky, even though these are round, like you get like the sharp cutaways. And this grille here didn't really seem to fit the body lines really at all. But overall, it looks like an okay car. But let's pop in and have a look. We have here some, what are they meant to be, mag wheels? Probably for this era? I doubt that they'd be alloy wheels at this point, so they'd have to be mag wheels. And mag wheels have always been incredibly expensive. But then on the inside, we have ourselves some 2-piston brakes on McPherson struts. Okay, so fairly moderate there. Got ourselves a V6 60 degree, which is quite uncommon. Usually, you'll only go a narrow angle if you need the space. It looks like you've got plenty of space under here. On a carbureted engine, which is pretty good. Overhead valves, which is decent enough. That is a fairly realistic engine, and I approve. Front fascia kind of looks a bit dinky. It does look weird with the way it stoops. I'm not sure if, like... Does anybody think that the stooping look is a good look? Or does anybody think that it looks like a real car? Because there have been some ugly cars that have made it into production. So I don't want to flat out just say, nah, no car manufacturer has ever done that. Because I wouldn't, for one, say that. Because I could see a car manufacturer, like a French car manufacturer, making a car with a stooped nose like that. But I just can't think of any right now. Have you done anything with your MG yet? No, but it is coming along. I have made a prototype. All I wanted to do was just make sure that it worked in BeamNG. So I have driven a version, which I've iterated again now twice since then. I've gone through, I've made sure it works pretty well. I haven't made it realistic really in any sort of way. That video will be coming out probably next week because I know some other little tweaks I want to do, and I just want to take my time with it. I don't want to rush it out like I do with a lot of cars. Making a body car, like proper wheel arches and everything, is really a very different ball game to making F1 bodies. F1 bodies I'm finding now are really easy. I can pump an F1 body out in a couple of hours if it's not tricky in any sort of way. But over wheels, that is a whole different story, and it has been a massive learning curve. I think I'm going to have to like properly look up tutorials on how to design those, or like how, sorry, the 3D modeling process goes, because oh my god, it is really freaking hard. Damn. It looks like it should have pop-up headlights. Yeah, I kind of get that. I understand what you're saying there, Crownless. But it isn't stooped enough for that. No, I think you could stick in like a pop-up headlight that comes down here and then wraps around down the front a little bit. There has been a few headlights, pop-up headlights that do that. I think I could see that happening. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at the, let's go to the back first, see what we've got running out of the back here. Double wishbone. So it's not a cheap family car or anything like that. This is a expensive car. What is the exhaust doing? Is that... like, look at this jagged edges here. What? Now, I know that they've been having issues, let's say, with the exhaust piping, but that's weird. And it's been out for a while now. You think that they'd be better at it. Whatever. By the way, this is not the person that made this. The automation devs, they've been having exhaust issues. Anyway, the brakes are single piston. Okay. And then we got ourselves... is that a hard long life? It's also quite wide. You probably wouldn't get a quite wide tire on a car like this unless this is actually an expensive car. Let's have a quick look at the description. What was it again? Yeah, $22,000 car. You'd probably end up with narrower tires for 1976, totally narrower tires. Like, I don't even think the big Australian muscle cars of the era came with tires that big. It looks like you should have pop-up headlights, blah, blah, blah. I just want to get to the McLaren MP4-5 already. We'll see. And before Phil binge watches Hard Wrister Labs tutorials. Yeah, I'm going to go back and watch some more Hard Wrister Labs. I've watched a bunch of them already, and I haven't watched his ones on how to model, but I might take him up and watch them. Let's have a look at a bit more of the outside. So you got the weird vents here, which... Oh, weird. I know this fixture add-on. I thought that this stuck outwards more. Weird. Very weird. Well, coming around down to the back here, I probably would have seen that trim line go down the back here as well. If not the whole way, but still would have had it down there. The back end, luckily, because there's not much of a cutout, though there is that one big cutout, which... I don't think a car manufacturer would have such a big cutout. Usually the cutouts on the back here are quite small. Now, you can't see the cutout, unfortunately, but yeah, let's have a look at their images. So let me just point out what I think the issue is here. This mesh grill area is going to be a weak point. It's not going to have much structural rigidity to it. So this is going to become like really floppy down here, and I think that would be a problem if done IRL. And design-wise, it doesn't really suit that well. Usually the ventilation holes and these sorts of things are small and symmetrical, not centered and outwards, whatever you want to call it. They probably use radials? Yeah, they probably did use radials, but even still, having them that wide doesn't seem right. I do love the exhaust, though. The exhaust is pretty good. And then aside from that, I do like the rear bumper. It does look pretty good. Do like the feature around the lights themselves, and the thing in between. What does it look like here? Oh, good. I was about to say it should be plastic on the inside to kind of like fit that sort of 70s era where the painted black was starting to become quite popular before real plastic started to make it too far. And I think that looks pretty decent. I do like most of the design, except for, yeah, that trim down the bottom there. And the dual little exhaust coming out the middle like that, that's pretty cool. I like that. Do you plan on doing the Tyrrell P34? I don't know. And I'm not really going to reveal the cars that I'm planning to do right now. I don't recognize... I recognize the Tyrrell name, but I'm not sure about the P34. Let's have a look at the interior. Okay. I like this like inverse kind of symmetrical thing they got going there. Looking from the side, this looks pretty cool. There is one problem though. So you're sitting in here, you're driving. Oh no, let's go over to the passenger seat. You're sitting here, you want to rest your arm. Your elbow's going to sit somewhere around here. There's an armrest in the middle of where your arm wants to be. So you're going to have to like be limited on your arm movements. And then you're going to want to reach around here to have like a handlebar of some sort. You're not going to want to like... I mean, you could wrap around your body and like hold on to a thing, but then you got like this arm doing nothing. You generally want to have a handle for them to hold on to. Even I suppose they could do that and grab the oh my god handle, if they put in an oh my god handle. No, they didn't put in an oh my god handle. And this is why generally window winders were not here. It's because usually the armrest was there and the handle, like a handle was there. The window winder was generally always down here, and that's why. It's because you needed that area for like arm resting most of the time. It also was more convenient for mechanisms if it was in like a corner, I think, something like that. I'm not entirely sure on that. By the way, the Escort Mark II, probably the base body, doesn't have any trim in the bottom, just flat metal. What? Welcome SVR and welcome Aaron F. How's it going? Hey Phil, it's not Tyrrell. Let's have a look at the Escort Mark II and see if I can figure out what it is you're trying to say there. I don't think you quite conveyed the message you wanted to. It doesn't have trim on the bottom, just flat metal. Are you talking about down here, or are you talking about at the back? Because at the back, there's no holes in there, no ventilation, which is quite common. Not all cars did have it. There is something there, though. I'm not sure if that's a quirk of that particular car. Oh no, there's a brake light. Oh, weird. But yeah, so they don't always have it, and if they do, it's generally not quite as big as what that guy's shown. Because in the middle of the car, like sometimes you can have that in the middle of the car. It could work because there's like seam lines around the place. Just didn't quite work there. Anyway, aside from that, the interior is pretty good. It all matches pretty well. You got the right sort of gauge there, cluster sort of thing. I like it. Why 55 highlighted? I suppose I never noticed that before. Oh, and then I never noticed this. You got an RPM digital thing as opposed to having the horizontal. Okay. That seems like really high tech. That seems like maybe something. Because it's also got Turbo Beast. So, I know this isn't a turbo car. We'll ignore that though. I feel that this is not really probably accurate for this body. But I mean, you can't really blame them too much. They just grabbed a really cool looking dash, and I think that fits quite nicely. Talking about the background list? Okay. Let's have a look at seating position. They got that fairly good. They filled in the dash gap. They've got a weird windshield wiper setup. So it is true that usually there's a smaller one and then a larger one. Usually it's vice versa or whatever they have. I just feel that this is too big and not over far enough. Like, I know we won't be able to wrap around the thing there, but when it comes up, this is gonna... That looks like it's gonna go off the windshield. So, it's good enough. I do like the hood. Well, that part of the hood. I like it. And in the back, we have proper legroom, which is more than what can be said for a lot of people. No speakers in the back. What's this down here? Just some sort of like blank logo area. There is a simple radio. So it is a fairly budget sort of vehicle. I do see some air controls here, though it is black and white. All right, cool. I do like the fact that it's got a clock, but why has it got a dial control? Oh, obviously, because it's a clock. I'm an idiot. I was about to say, why does it have dial controller? I forgot how what clocks work. God, it's been a really long time since I've used an analog clock. Wow, really bad. Anyway. Welcome, Gixar. I'm here. How's it going? Passing by just for now? Awesome. Cool. Then we've got this rebadged muscle car, as they said it was, I believe. Was it this one? Yes, I think it was. So rebadged, they put a industrial motor in it. Big hunking V8, which is not really an industrial motor, but anyway. And sold it for the Australian market. Interesting. Probably not how I would have done it, but okay. I like the front. Clean lines. I feel like there should have been some sort of indentation, even if slightly, for the number plate. But aside from that, this is pretty cool. Also, that light coming across there, BeamNG doing right now, that's good looking. I like that. Anyway, I do like the idea that they've used a grill and then they've put a indicator back there. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's a little bit of a thing that I like. That's pretty good. I do like the general design here. Like, everything just kind of looks nice. It looks like... No, from the front it looks like the grill comes out more than the headlights. When you get to the side, though, you can see it is quite flat, which is unfortunate. That's a thing of automation. This doesn't quite match the bodyline, but if you're not really paying too much attention to it, it still looks pretty freaking good. Shaker hood. I feel as if that should have been, horizontally aligned, or like a horizon aligned. Because here it looks like it's leaning down too much. Personal opinion. It would be really cool if someone managed to code the clock to show real time. That's not actually that difficult if you know how to do animated steering wheels gauges. That video that I put up a couple of weeks ago, that is basically the system that you would use to animate a clock. Doing good, huh? Class begins in like 4 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Gexar. I salute you. You're suffering for the future. Hey Phil, have you noticed this problem? On my latest car, I made all of the fixtures have been overwritten with the cars I make after and deleted. Hours of work gone. I have actually noticed that a few times. So we are still in the pre-alpha though. I haven't noticed it previously, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to fix that issue. And that's something to come in the future. We did take our own destiny into our hands by choosing to opt into the pre-alpha. Sorry, not the pre-alpha, the opt-in alpha. But I mean, that was devastating when that happened to me a few times. It hasn't happened recently though, which is pretty good. Only when I do trims, like multiple trims, sometimes things will go between the trims. But I have had things happen between models. Functional shaker hood, in fact. Is it really? Oh, I was actually going to make a video on making a functional shaker hood. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay. It's English class though, so not that hard. Oh, okay. I'm dyslexic. For me, it was a bit of a challenge. Or at least, I didn't care. If I did care, it would have been a challenge. I did abysmally in school. Or at least in some classes, like English. At least the game didn't decide to purge all cars and engines on like mine. Ooh, that sounds brutal there, Crownless. Oops, daisies, I'm stepping on a cable. Ah, for my VR headset. Whoa, hey, okay, go away VR. Nobody asked you here. Nope, nope, nope. Nah. Go away, nobody wants you. No VR, go away. Damn it. Ah! Windows Mixed Reality, man. That stuff will get you. It is so annoying. Welcome, Brian. How's it going? Hard to reset my PC the other day, so I lost all my save cars, but thankfully I never deleted my mod so I can upload. Ah, yes, good. If you ever do lose things, but you've already exported the car, the .zip file, if you delve into there is a .car file, and you could re-import that into the import folder, and then you can have your car back the way it was. Potentially. Depends. VR BeamNG, yeah, that's coming. I've got, yeah, I've got Vorpix. That is something that will come. I just keep on putting it off all the time. Because I've heard bad things about it, so I'm not sure. Mate, how are you? I'm doing okay. It's a little bit warm, but I like it. I'm fine with it. Then we have on here with what is probably magnesium wheels. Single piston, double wishbone. In the front, got the big behemoth. You scaled this up. I know you did. A 9-liter is not that big. But yeah, so that's a big 9-liter engine. That's not a standard intake manifold. Got a big 4-barrel on there. A single 4-barrel. I love it. Then this probably would have been a car slog, if we're being honest with ourselves. So an industrial engine doesn't need power, so car slog will do just fine. And trying to keep it cheaper to bring the car to market, it would have had a car slog, if we're being honest. Unless they were doing like a more expensive thing where they're saying, hey, look, we're doing this weird and wacky thing. They might have made a custom tube manifold for it. But they wouldn't have had a short cast manifold like that. Broken Ursa just woke up. Looks like I haven't missed anything. Yeah, you do have a car in here this week, Broken Ursa. Anyway, it's got to go. Might upload a car for you to check later. All right, see you later, Gixar. Yes, I did. I did scale it. I thought so. When you said the first line there, I was like, wait, what? Welcome, Nathan. Fine. How's it going? Is there a video on your channel to make mod bodies? A little bit, but if you want to know like all of the intricacy and details, then you can go to Hard Rooster Labs. But I do have something. Let's have a... Nope, that's the wrong thing. Studio. Content. Live. Where would it be? It's quite a while ago. Here we go. It's this one right here. I'm going to move the mouse away so you can see what it is. But that's the one. It is modding Blender Automation BeamNG Drive. That is a stream. It's over 4 hours long, but you don't need to watch all of it if all you want to do is get it into there. But that is for a Formula 1 body, not for regular bodies. The difference is ginormous, as I found out. But yeah, let's get back to this. So that's the only issue I have, is the fact that the cast logo's on there. The scaled up engine I think is funny, but I think it's a little too big, honestly. The engine is scaled 20%? Really? It's only 20%? Seems much bigger than that, but I suppose. All right, cool. Let's go check out the rest of this. That is a long transmission. No, it's not. It just looked like a long one. Ladder chassis, love it. Leaf swing suspension, love it. Solid axle, all that goodness. Drum brakes on the rear. Fantastic. Then the exhaust coming out the back, pretty nice. Back end, very basic, but I do still really like it. It looks pretty good. Then they got the little bit of the wing on there. I like that. Looks pretty cool. I do like the basic Sheen sort of design. I see here that you've tried to do a wraparound bumper and it hasn't quite worked out for you, which is unfortunate. What you potentially could have done here, I suppose, if you were trying to become completely anal retentive, is clone this one that you've done here, bring it right out to the edge, 3D place it, bring it right out to the edge, shorten it up a lot, and then just kind of plop it in there, just kind of like on the corner. A little bit of a nugget of what the original bumper would be, so then it fits in there and kind of fill in the gap a little bit. It's the only thing I can think of. This body does look very square, and I just don't think that you can wrap around quite the way that I see you've tried to do here. But I do appreciate the effort. You've tried, you've thought about it, and you've been like, God damn it! Potentially what you could have also done is used another bumper. But then again, this back end is curved. So I was about to say you could have placed a 3D bumper here, but it probably wouldn't have worked quite like that. Welcome, will change name. I've heard that before. You've been around here before, so you know what's happening. So, yeah, we're just reviewing viewer cars submitted. So we're going to have a look at them first, and then after that, we're going to take them out one by one and test what they drive like. So currently, we're just testing on what we can see only. I wonder why people never make F1 mod bodies until you started making them. Not true. There was a fixture which was an F1 car. That's what it was. The fixture was the F1 car, and it was a modern one, and you could just plop it down. I never used it, though I did download the thing. I just never got around to using it, and yeah, I kind of like making these things myself. Yeah. Am I noticing... Does that have positive camber? No, it doesn't. Okay. So, the outside looks pretty good. I feel maybe there could have been some sort of trim along here, though I do like this stealth, clean look. I'm assuming this is meant to look a little bit like the, that turbo car from America, the V6 Turbo, whatever that was. I don't remember. They never came to Australia, so I wouldn't know. You're welcome, Nathan. Welcome. HR Her Sviti. Hold on. Sviti. That is a tricky name in all regards. Buick, that's the one. It's a G-body Corvette. Okay. GNX, that's the one. I wonder, does the GNX Turbo, is it clean side body? Yeah, it is a clean side body. Okay, fair enough. I suppose that was like a thing which would have been very out of the blue at that sort of time. Yeah, I like it. Let's go have a look on the inside. And the Buick GMC was also a G body. Okay. Yeah, but the 2.41 days, no one really bothered making the F1 bodies. Okay, cool. I feel these seats are a little too futuristic. Let's have a look at interior. Okay, so they do have buckety seats. They're just very plush. The bottoms are not very buckety. So, I mean, it's close. It looks very dirty. Is that what fabric looks like now when it exports? Wow, weird. Also, a little bit of a tip trick sort of thing. If you grab carbon fiber and you put it on as a seatbelt and you tweak the colors a little bit, it looks like seatbelt material. Just a handy little tip there. Then door panels, pretty basic, but at least they're there. They didn't color the dash, so that came out white, unfortunately. We do have radio and air. That's pretty good. No rear seat legroom. I feel that this has been stretched out a bit, so maybe that's a bit of an issue. Nowadays, you wouldn't have a seat further back than this, but I think here you probably could have tried. Did you stretch it out so then maybe the wheel... Yeah, the wheel wouldn't fit into the seat. You know what you could have potentially done? You could have narrowed down the seat. Oh, you already have done that. I see that now. Yeah, I don't know. That's tricky. I really do have to figure out what to do here with this. Like, I don't understand myself. Full roof liner. Yeah, pretty decent job. I'm excited to try out what this big, cumbersome 9-liter engine is like, or however many liters it is. Yeah, fabric looks weird. Oh, I didn't see that. Didn't see what? Anyway, this is a pretty cool one. This is a This is a resto mod of a 911. That's pretty cool. I like the attention to detail you put into your own logo. That's pretty cool. Unless that's a pre-made thing, then sure, whatever. Cool. Looks right. I feel this goes in too far. All that's going to really do is create drag. Still, though, it does look pretty good. It's just from here it starts to look a little bit stranger. And Copperworks. Is Copperworks based on something? I'm not sure. I do also like the fact that you've cut away the bodywork to make the bumper have that look of the European cars that were brought over, so then the bumper could squish into the bodywork like they do. That looks pretty nice. I do like that. It's a really cool thing. I don't know why people don't like it. I think it actually looks pretty cool. But then again, I like quirks of engineering. Welcome, Crispy Shaman. I do believe I have a car by you today. Eldon Larry, welcome. You're not that late. Personally, I find it very fun to drive. Okay. This looks insane. It's a lot of detail on it. That Copperworks car is so nice. Yeah, I also noticed that it had a working steering wheel when I was trying to take pick a photo. So, pretty nice. Let's move in to see if it has a front engine. I doubt it, but like that'd be funny. I believe that's meant to be magnesium wheels, but it looks like they may have accidentally used the steel wheel? I'm not sure what they tried to do there. Looks like a higher quality brake, single piston, so I'm not sure how that's going to perform. Got pushrod suspension in the front. Interesting. They did say that this thing, being very expensive, was, what's the word? Full carbon fiber. So they went full carbon fiber. I mean, they could have just remade the car, honestly. But that means that they could have fitted something like pushrod suspension in. And it seems like something that they would do. So, yep, we got a rear engine, flat six, naturally aspirated. Interesting. I also see that they've got, was this created in the previous version of automation, not the open alpha, opt-in alpha? Because I haven't been able to find this mod fixture yet, and I want this mod fixture to be in current automation. a bit out of context, but has anyone got a speeding ticket? I drove past a police officer while doing 40 k's over the speed limit, and they absolutely did nothing. Usually, cops don't always have their things turned on. If you're going 40 over the speed limit in Australia, that's an immediate loss of license. No points. It's just loss of license, fine. I believe they confiscate the car. I'm not entirely sure. I think that depends on state. But Australia-wide, 40 k's over the speed limit, I believe, is immediate loss of license. And they would have chased you down for that. So if they were in a capacity where they were told to not move, just sit there and take tickets, then you gotta get a ticket. They're going to ask for somebody to claim the points, and they will lose the license. If they don't... if nobody owns up to it, it will be the license of the person that owns the car, or like it's registered under. But generally they will chase you down for doing 40 over. Don't do that. Bad boy. Though I don't know which country you're from. Singer's 911, it does look a little bit like a Singer, kind of, in some ways. Yeah, this looks pretty cool. Double overhead cam, so I believe this is probably a more modern engine then. Double wishbone on single piston, smaller rear brakes. Interesting. I thought you would have had bigger on the other end, on the back end. But anyway, so one thing that happens, if you have more brake pressure than what you should on the front end, and this is something I learned from Cesari when we did that video together, they said reduce the front brake pressure, as a request for one of their tweaks that they wanted, so then the car will not wash out quite so hard. And I said, oh, I thought it was balanced nicely. And they said, yeah, in a straight line it's fine, but when you're braking in a corner or going into a corner with too much front brake pressure, it will just wash out wide. So that's something to keep in mind, and I'm going to do a video on that eventually if that turns out to be particularly accurate, which I have no reason to doubt him. It's just, if it's accurate to the point where I can show empirically the difference between the two on a video, then I'll make it into a video. Otherwise, I'll just probably keep it to myself and just tell you when it comes up. Anyway, pretty cool. Let's check out the interior. Nice roll cage. They've got padding on there, which is pretty good. What is the law with padding in Australia? Oh, okay, yeah. So we have a bit of a weird thing in Australia with roll cages. You can have a car on the road with a roll cage, but it has to have padding like this. If you take that car then to a racetrack, you have to take the padding off and wear a helmet. And I believe the reason is because padding can like move your head in weird ways and all that sort of stuff, so they don't want you to have padding on the roll cage. It is very weird because a roll cage is usually only in a race car. And if you put a roll cage in your work car, in your daily or whatever driving around car, it becomes a bit of a pain in the butt cheeks. I know there are paddings you can take off, but yeah, that still becomes a bit of an annoyance. Because you can't also then hug it to the like bodywork as much as you would like to for a race car. Buick GNX, that one is apparently based on the same sort of body. I do love this crosshatch design. That is really cool. I like how they went with a like unique sort of twist on it. Feel the steering wheel is a little bit too far away for a seat that's so reclined, but hopefully there's some sort of system to adjust the steering wheel position and bring that a bit closer. Paddle shifter gearbox, hopefully it's a more modern one, not an old one. Then in here, which it actually makes sense that they've got paddle shifters because the engine back there looks like a much newer one. I'm pretty sure old Porsche engines from this sort of era had single overhead cams, but I'm not entirely sure. Welcome, Flame Z. I hope you're not pulling your hair out trying to make a mod. I also see that they used a bit of grill material to make it look like a vent. I like what you've done. Well done. Oops. And then you've got a mirror there. That looks really nice and bespoke. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, I also like the fact that I wish that some people had made some mod seats that do actually have that eyelet sort of look from the, I'm not sure if it's only the GT40, but... Oops, that's GF40. Yeah. Though that looks very different from what I remember. That's a lot more holes than what I remember. What the hell? Anyway, you get the idea. The eyelet sort of look. I wish that there were some more mod bodies that had that. This is, yeah, that's a fixture they've added there for that. A lot of attention to detail on the interior. Really nicely done. I'm going to go ahead and guess that these gauges do actually work, which will be cool. Doesn't look like the fuel gauge works, because I know that these engines, like when they spawn in, they have 75% fuel, basically, from the beginning. I'm not sure about having dials switchable on the dash, but I suppose if you're like trying to create something quirky and fun and all that sort of stuff, that would be how you do it. Generally, no, though, the rule is, I believe it's a requirement on cars in the EU. ESC, when the car turns on, has to default to being back on, which is why ESC is not usually a dial, but a switch. I think some companies have gotten around to it. Oh, sorry, I mean a button. Like a digital button, not a like click click kind of button. But yeah, you get the idea. So I'm not entirely sure how realistic that is. It might be different in America. I don't know. Just realized my stream is minutes behind. Oh dear. Well, that's not too bad. I'm not, but it's super annoying because I don't know what I'm doing wrong with the UV unwrap. It's really stressful. I would say UV unwrapping is still the hardest thing to do. If you were just making things for any other game, UV unwrapping is a real pain in the dick. But it's not as hard as what it is for automation, but there is trade-offs. So with automation, you don't have to have like a great unwrap. You just have to have an unwrap. The annoying thing is it has to be symmetrical, and Blender doesn't like to unwrap symmetrically, and it is so annoying! But yeah, you get the idea. The 05 GT is what you are thinking about, I think. Maybe I am. Nope. I pressed that twice. Okay, yeah, but no, I do remember seeing metal, not, yeah, like that. So that is a little bit more what I'm thinking. I don't think that's actually what I'm thinking of. But yeah, I would like to see seats with that. That'd be nice. I might make it myself even. Anyway, this is pretty cool look. Wow, okay. If you know how to adjust, modify steering wheels, and you've got all of this like cool details on here, I'm surprised that you didn't know how to go into the materials section and know how to change materials. Let's quickly look that up. It shouldn't be too hard to show what I'm talking about here. Unpacked. Let's just go into something. Main materials. Anytime now. And yeah, diffuse color would be probably what you're getting there. So if it has a false number, that means transparency. But otherwise, you just make these balanced, and then that'll make it a solid color. I believe this is red, green, and blue. I'm not entirely sure. It might be mixed up, whatever. But yeah, you get the idea of what that is. So if you ever need to do something, you have to find it in probably Blender to know which one you're, changing. But then you come in here and you change it there. That car looks really goose. I do agree. Oh, you said good. Okay. That good looks really goose. I agree. Yep. Okay, then we've got this BMW. I believe this is meant to be a Z4 knockoff sort of thing. Oh, not a knockoff, a clone. Not the closest accurate sort of thing, but I thought it did pretty well. And I was a little bit disappointed that this one didn't actually score that high on points. Like, if we go into the points voting here, it's got 1 vote, which means there's at least me and the other person. and the person that posted it, because automatically your vote goes towards it, which means there's at least one person that disliked this car, which I think is disappointing because I do like a good clone, but I will judge it harshly upon the original. WZ4, yeah. So, the front does look a little bit jank. I'm just going to say that now. I didn't really notice it in the small pictures. This doesn't really fit together. Let's see what, he does have pictures of real Z4s. Okay, I see what he was trying to do here. And he didn't pull it off. Yeah, no, this is like a really complex shape. Really hard to do. And unfortunately, I would not say that's up to par. So I'm going to say that this is like a little bit more of a beginnery sort of car where you've tried to do your most complicated things so far, maybe. But yeah, also that wheel is tucked way too far under for what I would have liked. I don't know. Into the engine bay here, we've got, oh, a 4-cylinder version. Right up until right now, I didn't know that it came in a 4-cylinder version, but okay. I would have gone for the V6, the inline 6 version myself, but I suppose this is what you liked, so this is what you made. I like it. Or I like that you like it, I mean. I thought I liked it too, but if that's the case, more must have disliked it. Yeah. Surprised as well by Crispy Shaman? Okay. That's my Z4. Please don't judge too hard. Ah, Max Churchill. Okay. This is your car. I like the kidneys. You've done a pretty good job on the kidneys. They're close enough to the shape. But yeah, no, this down here, super jank. It looks very boxy, and then this just doesn't look right. This looks very kind of like a more organic sort of shape. I probably would have been chucking things at the wall for quite a while to get this right personally. But aside from that, what are the headlights? Yeah, no, the headlights, a very different shape. So you've kind of, you've tried something. It's not really close enough. I knew the Supra didn't come in inline 4 configuration, but never knew the Z4 also came with it. Oh, wait. Wait, the new Supra comes with an inline 4 option? Oh, okay. That's weird. Yeah, 20i and the 30i versions are 4-cylinder B84 and the... That's too many things. Anyway, some are 6-cylinder, some are 4-cylinder. I think that's enough information there. Otherwise, you've just chucked a whole bunch of codes at me that just serve to confuse me. Would have they come with tubular exhaust, though? Let's have a look-see. There's one picture with the engine out, but the exhaust is off. That's a cutaway. A little bit hard to tell. That's not the... Okay, so here we got a 6-cylinder, and it does have a very shiny looking 6-cylinder tubular exhaust. That's a race engine, that's not a standard engine. Let's see if that helps. No, we just got aftermarket stuff. That's annoying. See, this says installing headers, so that leads me to think that it doesn't come with headers. Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, the exhaust manifold on these cars are very weird. I forgot about that. I'm not actually seeing a non-tubular exhaust manifold. There's this weird thing. So I can't really figure out what that is. I think that's cast. No, that's cast. So yeah, maybe we'll give you a pass on that. Yeah, but at least in Japan, they offer the Supra with an i4. Okay. It's pretty solid replica for a newer person. Apologies if you aren't new, Max. Some data was on the BMW config, some was guesswork. Fair enough, okay. I like more the 2-liter Supra than the 3-liter. The 2-liter has good tuning potential and it's more balance. My problem is that I don't like the look of the new Supra. Also, is this an aluminium chassis? I think this is meant to be an aluminium chassis, right? Thanks, Phil. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Flame. It's definitely the most advanced thing I've done. Cool. Yeah. For a beginner car, there is a lot of attention to detail I see here. I would have thought that the manifold was more complex than this, though. I know that a lot of them have ITBs from BMW, so I'm not sure what that would have been, but whatever. Single piston brakes. You probably could have fitted on what was realistic. I doubt it would have had just single pistons on the front. Then we've got double wishbone suspension coming out to the rear. At least you didn't make it all-wheel drive. Then out the back here, we've got multi-link. Interesting. On a very small... Can't actually see what that is. Single piston brake? Yeah, good. Okay. Let's have a look at the rear now. I don't think it's really quite matched it quite right. I know also you are using the MX-5 body. So yeah, I kind of get that sort of thing. Oh. Ooh, you should have used cutaway on that, bro. Oh, no, fail. No, I'm joking. Anyway, then onto the interior. Oh, there's no rear parcel shelf. Does this not have rear seats? From standard? BMW Z4 interior. Yeah, no back seats. The body comes right up to the seat. You probably could have tried to fill that in. I feel that's weird. But then you've got here, it looks very cramped on the driver. But I suppose that's not so bad. I see what you've done here to the manual gear handling thing. That looks kind of weird. That's weird. Well, we have the interior currently. And none of them have this on the... Okay. Sure, at least you've tried to put an interior in. This is a very organic-y sort of sweeping kind of dash, which is really hard to do in automation if you don't have the exact one you want, but close enough. Let's move on. Where can I find .zip file for exported cars? Once you've exported the car, there's a little button that you press there that says open up file location or folder location or whatever. Click on that from automation and it will then open up the thing for you. Otherwise, I'd have to explain it to you and I don't want to do that. The rear is not very Z4, but it does have a bit of Z8, so it still works. Yeah, I can kind of see what you mean by the Z8. A big fail there. I'll take close enough. It's good enough for a beginner, which is fair. I'm not sure about that. Hold on. That is the most recent version, which looks very different. But not all of them had that. There's the older Z4. There is no vent there whatsoever. So I'm not entirely sure what sort of area you're going for there, because that's way too down and close. As you see here, this is like more towards, like it starts in the middle of the fender and then ends near the door. What you've got here is right up against the wheel arch. Anyway. Then we got this really big thing. I think they said at some point that this is based off of a GTA car. I also like the fact that they've used a wing here as the as something to look like a crown, because I think this is called like an emperor or something like that, something ridiculous. And it's meant to be really heavy and just absolutely bonkers as a an idea of luxury at all costs sort of thing. Coming around to the rear. There we go. C4 didn't come with a manual transmission. Really? That's... I somehow doubt that. I'm not seeing a manual anywhere. Is that... Yeah, no, that's not... That's some sort of automatic. That's also an automatic. That's a manual. Though it is an M Roadster, but it is still a Z4 and it comes with a manual. They probably use the finished dash fixtures and not placing it part by part. Yeah, I know. Aaron, oh, you want to bring the cars back in? Go to the exporting section for things, export your save, click on the button to open up the folder. In there, go up one directory, and then you'll see a car save file import or whatever folder. Go to that one. Then just drag the .car into there. There's tutorials for this. .4.24 takes you back. They only came with autos? What am I looking at? That's not the 2020 model? Are we looking at a 2020 model? I'm not sure. Okay. So what you're saying is this BMW Z4 is a 2020? Ah, it's a 2021. Okay. I see you. I see what you mean now. So basically the BMW Z4 is a skip now. Unless you're American, which... Sure. I can't figure out what this is exactly, because when I zoom out, it looks so much different. So much different? Yeah, no, that works. Interesting, but weird. This thing is pretty big, though. I like it. Let's go in, before we have a look at the interior, at what's inside of this big behemoth. We have McPherson strut with front drive. Okay, that's interesting. We have 2 4-piston brakes. What is happening here with, like, the mesh being all janked out? What the hell, automation? What's that all about? Then we, oh god, oops, have a big, oh, what the hell? Maybe there's something that happened to the exporter because there's no manifold here. So we have a log-style manifold on a, wait, is this a single turbo? Yep. Single turbo, log-style manifold. Love it. Fantastic. Welcome, Groundhog. How's it going, buddy? This SUV with body kit, Bluetooth intake manifold, kinda, yeah. Multi-point injection, not direct injection, so it's a old school sort of engine. Let's follow it out to the rear. Oh, this is 4-wheel drive, not all-wheel drive, I believe. Coming out to the back, solid axle leaf spring. If this is meant to be luxury comfort, this would not be a leaf spring. This would be, coil, most likely. Because leaf springs are not comfortable. Anyway. Interesting. Lots of interesting choices have been made here. That's a lot of car. Okay, let's have a look on the inside now. Welcome, Ryuko. How's it going? It's going well, working on mod body in the background. Oh, nice. Oh, shit. Then this came from 4.27. I was sure the spoiler was from 4.24. I would have thought so. I didn't realize that the wing was available yet, so I'm going to have to go check out that wing at some point. That's why people criticize the new Supra. It doesn't come with manuals since it's a Z4, but coupe instead of a Roadster. I just don't like the Supra at all. It just doesn't look good, in my honest opinion. I've never liked the look of the new Supra, from concept to completion. It just doesn't look good. It's just, the lines just don't work at all. Welcome, Agnosion. I think I might have a car of yours, I'm not entirely sure. I'm also noticing some trumpets sticking out of what's meant to be an electric vehicle, but anyway. Holy cow, I'm typing so bad. Anyway, let's have a look on the inside. Basic interior, but at least exists door card seats, all that kind of stuff. It's got all of the basics. A luxury sort of rear center 3-wide seat, and then extra fold-out seating in the rear. cool. I like it. They've got all of the paneling right out to the rear, and it's got like those weird, wacky shapes that for some reason exist in the backs of these sorts of cars. I do like it. Well done. And they've tried so hard to cover everything in. But I see your mistake. Also, pillars not done, but at least the roof covering is on. We've got rear view vision mirror, sun visors, but no rear view vision mirror. But then chungussy mirrors on the outside. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. I believe this one is meant to be an EV by what I read. Same all the holes too? What? The GTA version even looks better of the Supra. Sorry, I like the 90s Supra. I don't like the new Supra. And I think I know the car you're talking about. No. Yeah, this one. I mean, I still don't think it's a great looking car, but I do think this looks better. Something about it just looks more contiguous. Because I really don't like this sort of side vent. It just doesn't look good. And the fact that they're all fake as well is just a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. Like, I don't mind fake grills and all that sort of stuff, fake vents and whatnot. But when you're styling, like, centerpiece like that is ugly and also fake, why? The new Supra is bulbous. It's weird. I'm not sure if I've said hello to you yet, so welcome, Gustav HP. How's it going? People don't like the new Supra, but the R35 GTR have the rear tail lights and everything else is different and people love it. Right? I happen to like the Skyline. There's something about it that just looks a little bit off, but I do like the R35, even if it's quite old now in its design. But I think I like it more for what it is as opposed to what it looks like. I do like the front of it though a lot. I mean, the Supra looks bad because of all of the holes as well. It just doesn't look right. Like the old Supra had a hole on the side. 1994 Supra. Yeah, it had a hole in the side. Wasn't particularly useful, but I mean, it looked good. Now, I also had the option to buy basically this sort of car, non-turbo automatic, in black like this, here in Australia for $4,000. And I turned it down because I wasn't interested in a automatic. I thought about getting one and then converting it to manual because the manual ones were like $8,000 at the time. But now, because Americans like it so much, here in Australia, they're picking up in popularity and price. And then Corona came along and made everything just blow out of proportion. Catalytic Commando, best APC? Okay, then. What ruins the look of the new Supra is the lights are too big. Oh, you know what, actually, I think this bumper here makes it work a lot better. That does look like a good bumper. What don't I like about this? I really don't like this line up around here, around the headlight. That just looks hideous. Like this is looking squinty, but the grill isn't looking squinty. This looks squinty, but on the side it's really weird. None of these lines really work that well together. Everything looks weird. And I also hate that McLaren sort of like front bulbous look. When, Mercedes. When Mercedes did it, I thought it looked hideous. What was it again? Is it the SLR? Yeah. I think this car is one of the ugliest Mercedes ever made. There are some angles and some shapes which I think look okay, and I actually like. But as an overall thing, with that penis nose, it looks so bad. I hated it. Oh my god! I hope this is fake and not actually going to come out. That is fugly. I hate it. You know, actually from this angle and this color, with this body kit, that looks pretty freaking epic, I will admit. Because, obviously, you can't see the front. Anyway. I'll take the R32 anytime than the R35 because the R35 is not an hallmark. The R32 wasn't a homologation special either. It was a car. Even the GTR was not a homologation special. There was a Nismo homologation special, but the car itself wasn't really a homologation special. The R35 GTR have R34 taillights and everything else is different. And people love it? That's what I meant to say? Are you saying that there's no similarities in the design? Which I would agree. There was a good... what, like 8 years in between the two designs? I can kind of understand why. I just hate vents in general. No, I don't mind them. If they are used to good effect to look nice, sure, I don't mind. What would you say is the ugliest car? Oh god, we've had a few of those come through. People have told me, and I don't remember their names, or there are some ugly-ass obscure cars out there. If you want to know some more ugly-ass and obscure cars, we talk about some weird Chinese cars in the podcast that we did. If anybody doesn't know about it, I made a podcast with me, Twin Turbo, Shiny Odd, and Uncle Vens. I've linked it in my Discord if you wanted to go check that out. I hate fake vents, blah blah blah. Yes, Phil, got my car. I talked about earlier. Back. Nice. The R32 is built to fill a Group A role. Okay. Alright, people. Don't like the new Supra, but the new Integra is worse. I think I saw the new Integra. What was it again? Oh yeah, I didn't like this Integra. This Integra was always a bit of a weird one. Is that like a new one? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, it just looks like a sedan. It is a sedan. It's a 4-door. Oh good, they say prototype on there. Thank God, because that's a Mercedes. Welcome, we're Vixen. How's it going? Fiat Multiplier and Nissan Juke. I don't dislike the Nissan Juke. The Pontiac Aztec is up there. I don't think I mind the Fiat Multiplier that much because it's more quirky than ugly. Oh wait, hold on. No, I'm thinking of a different car, aren't I? Yep, no, I was thinking of a different car. Yeah, now this one is pretty hideous, but there is uglier. Trust me. Some people have like given me some real... Do I hate that or not? Something about it looks really cool, but I still hate it. Yeah, no, I hate that. That's pretty bad. Hyundai Coupe and Pontiac Trans Ams had a baby? Okay. Oh, it's a new Civic with a different badge? That's unfortunate. Beige Volvo 244. Welcome, Pontus! How's it going? It's Sakura. Most of their cars look weird in my eyes. Okay, sure. So we got this one. Am I right in saying that this is meant... Yeah, it's electric. They've even written electric in big lettering down the side. I see engine trumpets. If you're using the new version of automation, the opt-in alpha, you can turn the engine off. If you're using the old version, making an engine invisible, it's not that hard to do. You get this car to Tievsky, Tievsky should have been able to turn the engine invisible for you. Because that's not right. That's a big V8. Very big V8. Things are looking shiny in here and a little bit too blocky, so maybe this is the old version of automation. But even still, turning the engine invisible, not that hard to do. So that's marks off. We're going to talk about the Gordon Murray T33 in the upcoming podcast, so I'm not going to reveal any opinions right away. The new Integra is just a Civic? Well, yes, but always was a luxury Civic. No, the Integra was never just a Civic with a different badge. It was a very different thing. You forgot La Scoop? Oh, no, yeah, an electric vehicle, La Scoop? What? My favorite Skyline is also generally considered the ugliest 1987 to 2000 GT SR? Okay. I like the Nismo R34. That's the one for me. Anyway, weird sort of design. What do we have, like, running gear? We have 2 piston brakes, front drive, rear drive, so it's all-wheel drive. 2 piston brakes on double wishbones. Alright. Whoops. Yeah, not sold on this. I wish you had done an interior, at least. But it is really quirky, and I do like the quirky factor of it. Pretty nice. I do also like how you, put a bit of a story about how they lied about the range of it, which is par for the course, and I like that. Yeah, suddenly electric car, I didn't see any problems there. VW Passat B5, okay. Is it a hybrid, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to look at it again. This looks pretty cool. This is one of my favorite bodies. So you won't see me building with this body very often because I have built with it so much in my own private time that I feel that any sort of build I do with it is just going to be what I see all the time when I use this body, because I love using this body. Favorite body, one of my favorite bodies out of the base game. Anyway, single exhaust as well. Okay, cool. It was a cool looking one as well. We got mag wheels on single piston, double wishbone. Oh, that's right. This is the X-rotor engine sort of thing that they had. I feel that this would have been a lot bigger than this, though. I feel that's way too small. But then again, that's my opinion. I wonder how big the engine was meant to be. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, okay. I think they just wanted to make a 9-cylinder engine and a rotary engine. Oh, sorry, not rotary. I doubt this is a rotary. Radial engine. So there is actually a radial rotary where the housing moves. That's what I was getting at there. But I doubt that's what this is. This is your car brokenness. Okay, then. General was Honda used luxury brand. The Integra succeeded the Quint as more luxury. What? Acura and Honda are the same thing in the rest of the world. The only difference in America is the branding. There's no real difference between the cars. Maybe the features, that's it. 50cc rotary engine. Aircraft edge. Yep, except this isn't an adapted one. This one is made from scratch. I do see something in the middle here. I wonder what that's meant to be. Did they get engine features in here? That would have been really cool if they didn't have the housing around the outside of it. I would have loved to have seen the engine. But yeah, alright. Pretty interesting. Mechanical fuel injection, cool. Then, you know what, we'll have a look at the interior later. We don't have front drive, so it is just rear drive. Single piston brakes, double wishbones. Not bad. This is a pretty nice design as well. I do like it. There's some weird oddities. I'm not sure what... Oh, I see what they've done here. You could have filled that in though, but still, that looks pretty good. I like it. It's a 3.4 liter radial. I scaled the cylinders to a 3.4 liter V8, so technically the engine is slightly too big. Oh, okay. Lancia Stratos, yeah, kind of the Stratos-ish Ferrari sort of body. Like 308. Could you lower the music a bit? Okay. Yeah, I feel as if the music has been too loud, but nobody said anything, so I didn't do anything about it. There we go. I knocked a fair chunk off. Now, watch for the next song to be, like, incredibly quiet. Very narrowized. I see that they're very bulbous, which leads me to think they're radials. Because for some reason, radials, when you make them, come out a lot more bulbous than cross-splies. Okay. Weird. I made a car Philman likes, despite all of the design being taken from French cars. Sure. Like, I do think the French people have made good-looking cars, just not many. Usually they're quite ugly, and I just don't like them. Are those cars in the repository, or are they made for your video by fans? Welcome, ERZG. a lot of the times they're made specifically for these streams. People will make cars for me, but this is really a car that you're proud of. If you're just building cars constantly, sometimes you just want some feedback, somebody to talk about it, somebody to look at it and just experience the car. And that's kind of what I provide, along with like a scathing review every single time. So you can make cars specifically for me, but you don't need to. I did have a theory. So not a theory, a thing. Oh, that's right. The build challenge for next week, if you wanted to actually partake in the build challenge thing, it's more of like a theme. The build theme for next week will be kit cars. Now, that may be a little too tricky for you, so you don't have to do it. You can just submit whatever it is you want to submit. That's absolutely fine and up to you. But yeah, if you're interested in doing something, do me kit cars. I'm probably going to make a video on doing kit cars myself at some point again, because I do love making kit cars. They are just so much fun. I did put custom sounds. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, Phil. A D3 for next week. Yeah, I just said it. I'm assuming you asked that before I got onto it. Anyway, pretty cool. Got knacker ducks on the front there. Is that a... What do we got here? Oh, okay. That's a bit of body interior paneling coming through. I like. Let's have a look on the inside. Oh, have you guys seen the new sort of semi-reveal? It looks like the BeamNG devs are making a new car, which looks like so far is going to be a Renault 5 Turbo. And I think they should stop making new cars and finish the game first. Then make more cars. God damn it! We're in feature creep of the amount of models we're getting. The design inspiration for my car were the Alpine A310. I've never heard of the A310. Mainly because I'd never heard of Alpine until the Grand Tour. There's things I like about this and things I don't like about this. And it's hard to say. I don't like this, but I like this. I don't like this, but I like this. And I like this window. Don't know how I feel about the wheels. There it looks a little bit longer, so I kind of like that. Why did I click on this and it comes up as a different picture? That's weird. It looks too tall there. Oh, okay, let's have a look from the rear. I like this. I don't like this. I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Don't like this. That is a weird mixed bag of car. And the Liger, I think I kind of like the Liger, kind of. So any baseline roll to fit into kit car. Try to envision a used engine and copy one maybe, if you want to. A cheap engine generally. Kit cars are meant for people that are building the cars, which means that they can't afford to buy the really good ones. So yeah, try to keep budget in mind. Or what they're trying to do is create a replica of a really old car that is worth like phenomenal amounts of money. Like the Ford GT40. The kit cars for that end up here in Australia costing about $100,000 once the person has finished it. They usually put about like $70,000 into it, which means that they're not poor or broke. They just wanted a car which just isn't really available. So it's up to you what you want to do. I want Korea to be added in Beam, an official multiplayer. I could give less of a shit about Korea, but multiplayer, yes. I think they need to work on the multiplayer, not some third-party mod which breaks all the time and does weird things. The looks can be best described as quintessentially 80s. A little bit. Let's have a look at the interior. Nice. Got a pretty cool dash there. They've colored everything in. Good. Correct. The angle is wrong. So the problem is now, any sort of light coming in from, like, being anywhere near the horizon is going to shine off of that and directly onto you. Oh, maybe it's in the middle of the day. Usually what you have is, like, a sunken-in dash like that, but it's generally vertical. and if anything, actually angled downwards a little bit. So then any sort of light shining off of it will point downwards. If not the gauge cluster themselves, the glass that's in front of it, which is usually plastic, actually, that will be angled at a very steep angle away from you. So then the light that comes in, it'll have a little bit of a filtering sort of mirrory sort of thing on there, which will point downwards, so then you won't see it. The only problem then is sometimes light will get on the top of the dash, which will reflect off the plastic and get into your face, and you can't really see the dash. But that's a very rare occurrence. But I do like this. Well done. I just wanted to point something out, if it helps anybody. Scamaro? Okay then. LS or K24 swapping everything? Sure. That's depends what you're trying to do. Yeah. A very common one is just like a Honda Accord engine and drivetrain, and just make it a mid-engine. Kind of like the MGF, what they did with the K-Series Rover setup. Neon Genesis Evangelion Alpine? Oh god. I hate Neon Genesis Evangelion. So, this body has done two things which I think is pretty awesome. Or at least what it looked like from the thumbnails. You know what? Now that I'm looking closer, the headlights don't look that great. But at a distance, those headlights look pretty darn close to what like Ferraris actually have. The other one is, as I've always thought about these bodies and thought about how to get like that sort of vent there, the fact that they've used that has blown my mind. Now I know how to get vents there, and I'm going to be using that at some point. Pretty good. Very, very Ferrari-esque. They even got like the vent in there. Though the, sorry, not vent, thing there. I think that's covered in glass though, is it not? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, it looks very, very Ferrari-esque. Very, very well done. I do like this. I don't think this is a default body, is it? Or am I wrong about that? I don't know. But this looks absolutely phenomenal from just a cursory glance. I see that they've got the Ferrari red intake manifold, but that looks like it's meant to be a V2? Sorry, V4, sorry? That's... sure, okay. Let's have a look at the running gear of said car. Push rod suspension, single piston brakes, okay. Welcome, Riley 001. How's it going? The Ferrari looks very similar to one I made a while ago. Cool. This is an insane car. I don't know about insane. We will have to try it out. But the design, kind of like the actually quite simplistic modeling they used, ended up with a really good result. Then in here we've got a overhead valve V8. I mean, it's got an expensive manifold here. I thought it would have been double overhead cam, but I suppose they didn't want a quad cam. It could be still a flat plane though, because it is 90 degree. Then yeah, trumpets there. That is just, I see what they've gone for here. It just looks weird. Rear suspension is double wishbone, single piston brakes. Okay, cool. I do like this a lot. There is a lot of like, not a lot of like high effort stuff, but like a lot of detail. Like just making these houses is probably one of the most complicated things here, because they've got a normal fixture here, but then they've put in a whole bunch of extra things on the inside to make it all work, I think. Let's have a quick bit of a look to make sure I'm right. No, I was wrong. Okay, ignore me. Budget brand Ferrari? I don't know, maybe. The interior looks very Ferrari-esque with the basic rudimentary dash shape. And then the floating dashboard from the center console. Pretty nice, I like it. Anyway. Basic, but I like it. Class divider there. Doesn't go all the way, unfortunately, but I get the idea. Then we've got this little tyke, and I am excited for it. Is that? Yeah, that's a cool wheel. I like that. We have 3-piston McPherson struts. Weird. Is that all? I think this might be all-wheel drive. Then we've got a fairly sizable, though it is a very small car, but still a sizable V6 60-degree. I'm assuming that they did actually struggle to fit this in here. Twin-turbo quad-cam V6. Let's go have a look out to the rear. Wait. Oh, please tell me that's four-wheel drive and not all-wheel drive. That would be cool. If this is like an early car where they didn't have all-wheel drive really back then, I would love if this was four-wheel drive and not all-wheel drive, if that's what they were going for. That would be phenomenal. I hope Phil won't yell at me for using four-piston brakes. No, that's actually fine now with the new update. The brakes are overhauled considerably. Then we have very small one-piston brakes in the back with double wishbone. Alright, interesting. I believe we've seen this body before, have we not? Yeah, it's a 4X. Oh, nice, good. So it's a four-wheel drive. I like that. Is this a body you've submitted before? Because I believe it is. Or am I just wrong about that? 200 Metro. So this is a part of the 200 horsepower challenge that I set, or theme that I set for this week. Most people haven't fitted to it. I think like 5 or 6. Hold on. Let's have a look at... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 people have actually fit to the 200 horsepower theme that we set for this week. I would have loved to have seen a little bit of a vent on top here. Some sort of like extra scoop would have looked really awesome. Probably off center. Would have been... Would have loved it. 4x4 is fun. You can do burnouts in that. You can do that in all-wheel drive as well. Would a kit car using a Cosworth engine work? Sure, because anybody can put whatever engine they want in generally into a kit car. It's up to you what sort of story you want to put behind it. Please also don't write me a really long one. Try to keep it to like 200 words or less. Try, at least. You don't have to. Like, there was one thing today when I was collecting the cars that was just TLDR, didn't read it. It's hot variant of the Metro you had in a previous stream. I thought so. So yeah, I've already said how I like the design, and I do like this body. This is one of my more favorite-y sort of bodies. I feel that this seat is way too high, though. So generally, the idea of seats, you may find, is just the shoulder part of the chair, not the shoulder part of the driver or the people, is generally just peeking over the windowsill. So that is probably too high there. Why have you done this? Not entirely sure. You could have done away with that. Yeah, that's a lot of detail you've got in there. Love the dash. I love that you've got glass in front of the dash. Not many people do that. Well done. Big ass buttons here. Very big, very chunky. Nice. I think, yeah, we've already seen this, so we won't spend too much time on this because some people may get bored by that. I like that you've got the spare tire there. That's really nice. I like that. Front bulge fenders are cool. Yeah, the thing that I really do like about this body is how it wide bodies so awesomely. Relax, Phil. I'm making a description, not an essay for English test. Thanks, Groundless. Anyway, then we have this. It's called an American truck, but it looks a lot more like a ute, if we're going to be honest. But sure, whatever. 1947, I believe, is the year. American truck. Okay, yeah, no. They were like this, but they were a split body. And the reason why that was is so that they could fit more of a tray-like back on if they wanted to. There you go, that's got the more tray-back sort of style. But it is a split body, not a unibody. Yeah, it was the Holden Ute that came with the unibody. And unfortunately stuck with it. And I think that was a, like, I mean, they look good when they get to stuff like this. That looks phenomenal, and I don't think you could do that with a split body. But you could have tried and you could have made it a more utilitarian sort of vehicle. If we have a look at like BA FPV Ute. So this is the FPV Ute. That, I think, looks pretty awesome, and there's a reason why I like the Ford Australia cars. But you've also got the ability to then take the rear off and put a tray on if you want. That's not really a normal sort of tray, though, if I'm going to be honest. So let's just go with BA Ute tray. Oh, wait, we just had a picture of one. So yeah, you can turn like a Ford Falcon Ute into a proper, actual, usable Ute. Where was the other one? There you go. That's your sort of standard Ute sort of design. Is that a bigger picture? Yeah, that's a slightly bigger picture. So you get the idea. You can even make it a tilt tray if you want, with hydraulics and everything. So that's why I don't think this is an American truck. Aside from that, though, at the beginning, as I said, Crispy Shaman, I almost chose this one for the thumbnail. Like, I really do like this one a lot. Its 40s, the distinction between truck and ute was academic. Yeah, but American truck versus Australian ute. The one big thing is the fact that apart from the Holden, they've generally been split bodies for American trucks. Wait, why did I say apart from Holden? Anyway, you get the idea. I do like a lot of the details. Like the rim that goes along the top here, I can't imagine that was easy to do. I've tried to do that on these sorts of bodies, and that is usually a pain in the absolute butt. And then you've got some nice trimming around there, you've got the side step and all that sort of stuff. Pretty cool, pretty nice. You've left some of it plastic, though. There probably wouldn't have been plastic back in the day, my opinion. Oh, also, if you guys follow me and my mods and stuff, I just recently, if this interests you at all, made some more mods available today, which are like updated versions, most recent. Yeah. So the old truck fender for this sort of thing, I have remade from scratch because now I'm much better at 3D modeling, and I put it back into the automation workshop for the new versions, and then also the open fender wheel guard. Still, it won't pivot with the tires, but there is an instruction on how to do that. So yeah, if that interests you, I've put those up today. Is that the end of the music? It is. Next lot. Okay. So, that is the cars for today. And we're going to start off with numero uno over here. Unfortunately, my brain's not working. There we go. Good. Actually, what is the car called? So I can go see what the description on it was. 76 Altace 340. Here we go. This is by Ignozion. Okay, so Ignozion is in the chat here. We did know that. Wait, why didn't look in the back? Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I didn't finish looking at this car, did I? Let's go in, have a look. We have... Okay. I don't know if a truck would have bothered to have such a complicated intake manifold. I feel that... a truck, you're still going to be concerned a lot about price. So I don't know about that, but okay. Are those fuel efficiency carburetors? That's kind of weird. In the 1940s, the Ford, I believe, still had the flathead. So if you're worried about getting a lot of power out of these things, don't worry. These sorts of things did not make a lot of power. Oh shoot, I missed my car. Really? Okay. It's a tuned truck owned by moonshiners. Oh, okay. Even still, I don't think they would have done that many carburetors, but I mean, they might have, I suppose. I don't really actually know. What are we seeing at here? What the hell? Is that meant to be chassis bracing? Is that what that is? Odd. Okay, what the hell is that? Okay, there's like a weird shape inside of it. Odd. Big hunking V8. Probably, unless... You know what? No. I'm going to go out and say that this probably would have had a log type manifold. If done aftermarket, it probably would have then been a tubular exhaust manifold. A short cast, it not would have been. English sucks, sorry. Let's go out to the back. We have a complete ladder chassis. Hold on, is this four-wheel drive? Nope, okay. Going out to the back here, got a solid axle leaf spring. Good, drum brakes, nice, I like it. Pretty good. We also have a bash tray, quite nicely. North Carolina, nice. And then you said have a look in the back. Okay, so it's sealed up. Interesting. I think I remember trying to like seal up a rear. I probably wouldn't have done it like this. Like, you've done such a good job so far to ruin it like that. Okay. What is that meant to be? Oh. That hasn't come out, I'm assuming, quite the way you wanted it to. Not sure what they're meant to be, but it works at least. And then we got some barrels in there. Nice. I like it. Well done, Jean. And then a rear window wiper? What if they had that? Weird. Then the interior, very glossy. So what, this is old automation? That's fine. I see that you've tried to fill in the dash weirdly. Sure, it works. Steering wheel is way too far away from the driver there. Also, this probably didn't have power steering. It's also not centered perfectly. It's pretty close. But this would have been probably bigger. And I feel that the side trim door panels would have been narrow. I don't know. It looks about right. But yeah, it does actually look really nice. I was just being a little bit nitpicky, you know. But I do like it a lot. We've got the windows done on my new body. Nice. As I day is aftermarket stuff because Moonshiners bought it and tune it booze. Okay. Grain alcohol? I don't know. I don't think moonshine is grain alcohol, is it? I'm not sure, actually. Made some mistakes? I think it's turned out actually pretty nice. This vent, though, I'm going to point out one little thing, a gripe of mine about this vent, is the fact that it is very deep. When this sort of vent, when scaled up to like a realistic size like this, would be a lot shallower. What's that poking through? Oh, it's the chassis. Weird. Hey, look at that. You put a reservoir of some sort there. Nice. And a battery. Well done. Is that a radiator? That's a radiator. Oh, that's what that's meant to be. That's meant to be a hook into the radiator. I see it now. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to this guy. What was it again? It strived in... that's right, yeah. So this was the car that was the first one they brought to America. It did well with its fuel economy for the 70s. The company is based in Switzerland. So, yeah. Moonshine is grain alcohol? Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Let's go ahead. So this is an economy sort of car, so it's more of a city sort of thing. But I feel like I want to chuck it around a track. You know what? I could justify taking it to the track if I take it to West Coast and put it on the drag strip, because that's what most Americans will do, want to do with their car. Out of the car people, that is. The car people will want to take it to a drag strip. Don't mind me, I'm just screenshotting the spreadsheets for virtue users. Up to you. A Swiss car, does it have any gears or only neutral? I don't think I get your joke. Misa, no understander. I don't get arbitrary humor, if that's what you're going for there. Let's go ahead, give it a drag. Good. Drag it back against myself, sure, whatever. It wants me to be manual control for gearboxes? No, I'm good. Hey, there we go. Are we not staged? Ah, we are staged. Gearbox is not set to realistic mode. Oh, okay. Bogged down off the line a lot. So yeah, I think these, this gear ratio is very short. Oh my god. Maybe it's the final drive is very short. Tires are too big. We did a 15.7. Nice. I feel that this actually would have been faster if it had even narrower tires. Would have also given you even better mileage, and it would have been a lot more realistic if said tires had been a lot narrower. Legally neutral is... Oh, I get you now. Me derp hard. Because Switzerland is, neutral. For some reason, my brain mixed up Switzerland and Sweden. Can't figure out how that happened in my brain of dyslexia. Oh, lots of wheel spin just then. That first gear is actually quite short, but then second gear... Oh, sorry, quite long. Actually, sorry, first gear is good. Second gear, for some reason, is very close. Then third is usually a lot longer. And fourth seems quite long, so I don't mind fourth. Not so bad. What is the drive line on this? It is rear-wheel drive. It is independent rear suspension as well. Odd, I thought that launching their first car, maybe it would have come with a solid rear axle and kept the price down a lot more. Look at that. Good. Okay, I like this. This is pretty good. I also... Something about the lights just lighting up and working a little bit better than normal, I like. I want to see what sort of speed we can get down on the back straight, and then we'll switch over to the next car, because unfortunately this car has bugged out. Or maybe, you know, actually, we'll give it the Phil score. Come on, baby. You can do it. Okay. This is a cool, funky song. I like it. I just wish I could dance. Oh, God! Okay, well, we got somewhere, what, like 150? Quite slow. But very realistic. I do likey. Let's go ahead and give it a Phil score. What do we got here? Stream scores. Is it clear? Please be clear. Good, okay. So, styling. I'm sorry. I don't mind the rear, but that, like, rounded look doesn't look good. Also, the stooped front nose, I don't like, unfortunately. The rest of it looks okay. It's a little bit hard to tell, though, because it has exported incorrectly. And you didn't fix that. So the styling is going to be somewhere like a 5. Because those things are, like, the big point-out factors, and I just don't like it. No, that's not right. Anyway, acceleration. It is a 15-second quarter-mile car. That's actually not slow. It's quite fast. So the acceleration is going to be somewhere around like a 6. Compared to a modern car, not fantastic. But also kind of like mid-range, close to sport. Handling. You know what? It handles quite nicely. We're going to give that a 7. Fun factor, it's like a... You know what? A 6. Because you could feel like you're thrashing the car, but still not be going that fast. I also just realized... I don't have my audio turned up, do I, for here? Oh, yep, there we go. I had it turned down again. Let's see what it sounds like. Chug-a-chug, okay. Ah! Got a little bit of one-wheel peel. It tried to stick it out sideways there for a second. Okay, there is a lot of wheel spin. Is this car, like, particularly heavy? I feel that this car would probably be somewhere around like 11 to 1200 kilos because cars really started to get heavy in the 90s sort of period, especially into the 2000s. And the weight is 1400 kilos. So this is actually incredibly heavy for the era. Unrealistically so. Anyway, the cool factor. It's an economy car that wasn't particularly probably well loved. Like they would have been liked, sure, but nobody really loves an efficiency car most of the time, especially one sold en masse. So I'm going to give this one like a 3 compared to modern cars. You know what? 2, because it is quite ugly. Trackability. It's not very fast, but you can chuck it around and have some fun. So I'm going to give it a 5. Features. Comparing to a new car, not many, but at least has a clock and some other things. Does this, work at all? Let's check that out. No, not by the looks of it. No animated steering wheel either. That's fine. I just wanted to check that out. Features are, like, 2. You know what? No, 3. It has a clock. Comfort. The seats look okay. What is the price of said car? $22,000 in today's money, so the comfort would have been fine. Let's give it like a 6 out of 10. It's comfortable, but not, like, special in any sort of way. You know what? It actually doesn't have... You know, no, it's fine. Quality. I'm assuming it's going to be a little bit better because, Swiss, but it is also very old now. The car is like 50 years old, so I'm going to give it like a 6. So quality is good, but it's getting on in its age now. Practicality. That is a sizable boot. It's not the biggest boot ever, but it does also have quite a lot of space on the inside of the cabin. So with also a pretty decent fuel thing, it's going to be pretty decent. So practicality is probably going to be somewhere around a 7. The value, I don't know. It's really hard to say. It's quite cheap. I'd love Phil score on my car, the next Mercury, if you don't mind. Sure, okay, cool. I really only won't do it on meme cars unless they specifically ask for it. Value for this one. I'm going to put it right in the middle because I really don't know. Ongoing costs. For a car like this, it is really old, and it is also Swiss, and Swiss stuff costs a lot more. So I'm going to assume that the ongoing costs are going to be pretty bad. So we're going to give that like a 3. Now, JBM editing, there is none. These are modifiers only. These are not things that are rated on a scale of 1 to 10. It's just like, has it got it? And if so, how much? Would I buy it? No. The je ne sais quoi factor, you know what? It has a decent je ne sais quoi factor. And realism... Let's have a look. Okay. Twin piston brakes, sure. For that price, that's quite cheap for what you're getting. I'm gonna say that realism is not gonna be particularly great. It's gonna be like a 7. So it's pretty good in many different regards, but it's not the most accurate. Welcome, Space Warrior. How's it going? Anyway, so your score is 72 out of 160. Not bad. Welcome, Tatacraft Vines. How's it going? I don't believe I've seen you around here before. I haven't seen you in these parts of the woods before. Let's go have a look at the next car. It is, the Mercury Muslane GT. So, this one had a really long story. Had to cut it down a lot by Elias. Thank you, Elias, for the car. Looks pretty cool. 1985, $28,000. So, actually, quite cheap for a big muscle car, especially that engine. Builder's arrival to the 1984 Mustang SVO, a rebadged version of the Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS. So, let's look up what the Monte Carlo SS is. What? Did I? Damn it. There we go. Yeah, that is basically the GNX. But I'm assuming this is a V8 version. I don't know why they would have put their own engine into it, but I suppose that's the choice for you. Would we take it around a racetrack? Probably not. But I want to. Then we'll take it onto the highway. Welcome, Swag Bucks. Okay. Interesting name you got there. Your first stream of mine? Nice. Who is also playing the game right now? There's probably quite a few people. I know one of them is 3D modeling a car for it. Me, I'm doing all right. Bring it down here into the chicane. Oh, lots of what feels like understeer, but power oversteer. Okay, nice. Is this a drag car? Yeah, the front tires are very narrow. For a very heavy engine, that would become a problem. Oh, you know, that actually handles quite nicely there. Maybe I was just in a weird, precarious kind of position then. I've returned from cleaning... Oh, from the cleaning machine. Okay. This sounds pretty nice, though. I do like the sound of it. It's a good sounding V8. I like it. It's also not particularly high speed as well, which is pretty good. Brakes are pretty... Oh, okay, no, we've got ABS. Brakes are fine, then. They're not race brakes, they're just kind of comfortable brakes. Someone always provokes severe understeering, guys. Well, if you just saw then, I did a pretty nice subtle drift just then. Let us submit cars through Discord. More people have Discord than Reddit, I think. There is reasons as to why we moved to Reddit there. Vinas, I'm sorry, but Discord just wasn't working out anymore. Anyway. Nice. Ah! Ooh. Okay, yeah, now we do get some understeer sometimes, which is unfortunate. It seems that we've also damaged the car a bit. Let's rewind and then take the corkscrew again. So, if you're concerned, their Tuttercraft, Reddit, to make an account, is free. You don't have to pay for it, so don't worry. Do you think front-wheel drive rear engine to outlandish? Yeah, it is. No car company has ever done it because it's just... It serves no extra purpose. Oh, lots of understeer. Yeah, so there is a weird bit of understeer, but that's the sort of way in which these cars would have been. Understeer was the name of the game, and then power over. So I like it. Is it manual or is it automatic? It seems to be manual because we've got, like, yeah. We've got numbers. It doesn't seem like a sequential. Let's see how long it takes to change gears. Yeah, that's straight up a manual. So here in Australia, manuals were quite common. I think in the 70s, it probably still would have been somewhere around like a 50-50 sales numbers at that point here in Australia. Lots of understeer, a little bit of power oversteer. Fun, lots and lots of fun. I originally made a dragster version and afterwards. Okay, you guys are talking about something else. Okay. I mean, I like it. Is it the best car in the world? No. But is it fun? Hell yes. Like, sure, you have to be careful of the understeer. So you have to be braked completely before the corner. I think if you had, like, less brake pressure in the front, it would have helped. This thing... Hold on, what year was this? 1985? It might have had ABS, I suppose. Ah! Yeah, unfortunately those brakes suck. I feel that the brakes are not really tuned for race use. Swagbucks, I have wanted to do that for years. What have you done? It is possible in automation. Rai did a similar thing. They took a rear engine all-wheel drive car and then put a little bias to the front. I personally would have done it differently. Now you can just put an engine in the front and visually move the engine to the back. But what I would do is actually go in and edit the code to change the driven wheels, which is only 2 little numbers, and change them to the front wheels. That's all I would have done. And that would have given me what I wanted. Actually, not numbers. 2 letters. I would have had to change, and that would have changed it for me. Have I joined in time to see my electric Slotus? Yeah, it hasn't been done yet. We were poo-pooing on the fact that the engine was still visible, though. Or at least I was. 85 first year ABS is available in automation, but real cars have had it since 82. Yeah, but special cars would have. I don't know about like a road car special coming from America to Australia. I don't think ABS would have really come in until they needed it, honestly. I don't know. Nice. Okay. You ever thought that more people have square screens than wide screens? And the widescreen, you're going to have smaller audiences that can watch your videos in full screen without black bars. The unfortunate thing here is, I have a widescreen. And I like widescreen. So I have widescreen. Do you know what also you can do? You can just watch the video, not full screen. Potentially. Also, I think it looks more cinematic when it's given to a stream. And a lot of people also seem to agree with that. I'm not entirely sure of what everyone's opinion is. But I like widescreen. I just do. Because I come from FPS, and a lot of people will say that widescreen doesn't actually add much. Oh, hell yes it does! Widescreen adds a lot. It allows you to hold like specific angles. There is a reason why widescreen in a lot of competitive FPSs like what's that game called? Valorant are actually locked to 4:3 even if you have an ultra wide. It's because it gives an advantage that then everyone would have to go out and buy an ultra wide to actually get that for. So I don't know why people say that ultra-wide doesn't give an advantage. It allows you to look in one area, and if you kind of pay a little bit of attention, you can at least see things out of your peripherals that other people can't do. And that is particularly helpful in games like Escape from Tarkov, when you're like giving a much broader view. Ultra-wide gang from Dawson? Nice. I didn't say ABS was commonplace in 82, just that it existed. Sure, okay. Wasn't common until the late 90s, yeah. My first car I ever had with it was actually an old car. It was a Volvo 740 from 1989, 16 valve one. Really nice. To be honest, Groundhog likes it, good. Agion likes it. I think people here generally don't really care about the screen. Sure. Is there still people using 4:3 TV? Did I say 4:3? I didn't mean to. But some people do, yes. I know it gives advantages, but I'm saying for content creation. I still like it. I think it looks good. I think it looks more cinematic. Like, look at that. That just looks more cinematic than a 16:9. I have a 740 sedan. Nice. Mr. Beast uses the more normal format and it can reach a wider audience. I don't think people are looking at ultra wide and then going, no, I'm not going to watch this. If they are, that's a very small number. And if you're watching something and you're paying attention to what the screen ratio is, I'm sorry. I've done a really bad job of keeping you entertained that you are so bored that you're looking at the aspect ratio. That's very unfortunate. I will try to be more entertaining in the future. My phone and my monitor are 21:9, so it's nice. Oh, really? Your phone is 21:9? Interesting. I also do have a gripe with 21:9. I like to call it 21:9 because that's the normal thing. But it is, I think, what's it, 7:3, actually? Which is annoying. Anyway, stream scoring, styling. Even in today, that looks pretty cool. It's starting to get that, like, retro chic kind of look from the GNX. So, I'm going to give this one, like, a 7. I'd give it more, but I don't think it's really, like, supercar status. But it does look pretty good. Acceleration, I don't actually know. It felt nice, so let's go with, like, a 7. Handling, it's more fun than good, so I'm going to give it like a 6, and then the fun like an 8, because it is quite fun, but not the most fun you can have in a car. Cool factor, these things are probably pretty cool, especially with the ginormous engine, so I'm going to give that a 9. Because here in Australia, it's going to get a little bit of poo-poo because it's a rebadged American car. It's not going to be completely loved. Like the Holdens do a lot better than Valiants here in Australia. Valiant is rebadged Chrysler. Even the Valiant is not... the Valiant Charger is not as cool as like a Holden Tirana or something. So I don't think it's going to be like a complete cool car, but it's still pretty cool. Trackability, like a 6. I'm assuming an old car like this is going to like burn out its brakes and stuff. You got Sony $2K phone with a HDMI cable that you fit straight into a camera. That thing is pretty cool. Although the outside is black. I actually really like Sony phones. I hate when Sony stopped making phones. I almost bought a Sony phone back in the day, the Xperia. I've had other Sony Ericsson phones in the past before smartphones were a thing. I think Sony's just make really good phones. And now I can't afford them because they just charge way too much for them. I think they're actually some of the best phones on the market, but for some reason people bought Samsung more. The only reason why I bought Samsung more is because it which I don't have now. I don't have the Samsung anymore, and it was not a good phone. Was because it had a bigger screen, and I was going to use it as, because I was doing film school at the time at university. I was going to use it as an external monitor because it was a really nice screen. But I kind of wish I still had it gone with the Sony, honestly. And I only ever used it as an external screen like twice. Actually, I did have a Sony Ericsson smartphone at one point. Yeah. I don't know if they're still with Ericsson, though. My car is going to get such a low scale amount. Oh, unfortunate. Sony is super cool. Sony is pretty cool. Samsung are more affordable since they are basically one of the largest chip makers in the... Yeah, I agree. They now do have a better screen, though, with their OLEDs, so now they're better. This is back... The Note 3 is the one that I bought. Samsung and iPhone's always problematic for me. Alright, sure. Features. I'm assuming for a car like this... I'm going to turn that engine off so I don't have to try to listen over it. We have air conditioning. We have no clock. Do we? Yeah, no, I see no clock on there. Not even a colored dashboard. What the heck? Oh. I see what happened there. Okay, yeah, cool, sure. Then, a radio. So, it's got 2 out of 10, because it has 2 features. Comfort. Very comfortable looking seats. I'm assuming the suspension is okay. What do we have on the rear here? We have solid leaf, so it's not going to be the most comfortable. So it's probably going to be somewhere around like a 6. So it's still a little bit comfortable. It's got nice huggy sort of seats. They're not cheap, so it'll be okay. Quality, I'm assuming American being converted in Australia, probably not going to be the greatest quality. So we're going to go with something like a 6 on there. Practicality. It has seats in the back, but this is a 2-seater because you're not getting people in there with legs. Sorry, people that are amputated. I don't mean to be offensive. Practicality is going to be somewhere like a 5 then, because the ability to not carry people, like I'm not giving it less because you do actually have a sizable boot. So I think a 5 is good. Value on these are going to be very expensive for what you're getting now that their used prices are going to be through the roof. So, I mean, you're not going to be losing money, so I'm going to give it at least some score. But the amount of money you spend on that, you could probably get a much nicer, newer car. But it really comes down to what you want out of your car. So this is judging against modern cars. It gets ugly. Ongoing costs. I'm assuming for this, a limited production run sort of thing where there's a few custom extra add-ons. It's probably going to be somewhere around like a 6. They're going to be available, but yeah, not particularly great. J-Beam editing. I don't think I saw any. Would I buy it? Depends on the price. So we're going to go with 6 there. The je ne sais quoi is going... You know what? There's only a little bit of juice there that I don't think I've added. So I'm only going to add about a 4 to that. You know what? A 3. I think I've gone over most of the things that it has. And then the realism score, it's going to be somewhere like a 7. Hold on. What engine does it have again? Push rod. Carburetor. Okay. Yeah, I think the realism should be fine. Okay. total fill score is 90. Pretty high. HTC was the thing. I currently have a Huawei, and it's the worst phone ever. I'm about to replace it because it is getting really long in the tooth and not fast anymore. Sometimes makes chips for Apple even. Yep. Because I decided to glitch in that. I couldn't update it. Okay, weird. You guys are talking about phones. You can sit sideways in the rear seats. I think you mean sit. Oh, yeah, sit sideways. Yeah, my brain don't work. Welcome, Dan Koopmans. So yeah, you could sit sideways, but that would be probably illegal in Australia. We live in a police state. They'll probably get you for something on that. Okay. 90, not a bad score. You Control E, let's have a look at the next one. This one belongs on a racetrack. Once again, I don't have to change maps because I hate changing maps in BeamNG because it's such a poorly optimized game. This car is pretty awesome. You see the steering wheel move there? Yep, steering wheel is animated. Oh, that's a good sound. Handling is, not user-friendly. It seems to wash out wide under braking. That's okay. I think it's just some corners it tends to wash out wide under braking, which is an unfortunate characteristic of understeer at speed, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever actually had understeer in that corner. I don't even really count that as a corner most of the time. That's not a good sign of the times. Fill score of 90. I like that. Thanks. Good, Ellis. Elias? Yeah. I have a Samsung J... Oh god, you guys are still talking about phones? Okay. What are we asking here? Why HKBHD? What? I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. I used to... Okay, you guys are still talking about phones. Oh god! Oh, a little bit of drifter burrito there. You do have to be careful about rear-engine cars, especially non-all-wheel drive versions. Yeah. High-speed understeer and... decent brakes. I did leave that maybe a little too late. This car is faster than what I expected. It is naturally aspirated. Yeah, understeer. Which is very weird, because you expect it to have more oversteer as a rear-engine car. Maybe it's just the entry into corners that it understeers. We do have a fairly sizable rear wing. I don't think we have one on the front. So, trying to rely on mechanical grip to not be too affected by aero. Problematic. Brakes are okay if you're taking the car very seriously. It does like to get very tank slapper like. It's a nice sound. Sounds a little bit fartish, but it sounds nice enough. Oops, that was the wrong button. Yep, we have RPM gauge working and speedometer working. Did I? What was the braking on that? Hold on. Damn it, that was the wrong button to press. Let's go back to third person. Let's go back to the beginning of this straight and see what the brake thing is. This car likes to understeer, spins out. Yeah, it's got power oversteer or like weight oversteer sometimes. Oversteer when you don't want it and when you want to turn in understeer. Yeah. Or oversteer whenever the car feels... It's very Porsche-esque. Like, back in the day, they weren't particularly great handling vehicles. They just had some advantages that helped them out. And they didn't hold back on the engines, usually. You think you'll try this car later? It does feel fun. It's just not good? Sorry, it's good. It's not great, is what I should say. It does end up going a lot faster than what you expect, especially for a naturally aspirated car. Very, very expensive car, this, I believe. I think it was like, whoa, the front end lifted up. And we braked on the early braking point, and it still wasn't enough. Yeah, I actually got lift on the front just then, which is a big problem. So, like, if a big manufacturer was doing this, they would get, like, big slaps on the wrist from their customers, and then, like, people wouldn't be so keen on buying them. But as a small manufacturer, like this sort of thing, you're going more for style. So, yeah, cool. But, yeah. I just noticed the rear lights like the idea of pulling the third brake light off to one side and reverse light onto the other side. What? Oh. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Is there turbo lag? No, there's no turbo. There's a reason why the Porsche this era are called Widowmaker. Yeah. Of this older era, yeah, they were pretty sketch. I like it, but yeah. Like an insane amount of turbo lag? What? What are we talking about? This car? There is no turbo. Anyway, let's go ahead and give this one a fill score. I do like it. The styling is pretty darn nice. It is very basic and very dated, but it is a good sort of like, it's become fashionable in its age. Let's call it like... I'm assuming it'll look a lot better in real life with like the wide body. I feel that like screens don't do a good job of showing the imposing nature of wide body. So we're gonna go with something like an 8. It's pretty good. I do like it. Maybe a 9 actually. Acceleration, pretty darn good. That's a 10. It's just really good. Handling, like a 6. Like, there are some times where it feels quite nice, and that's usually at low speeds. But go too fast, understeer. Go any speed, and sometimes you, like, that's not really high speed, and you can get, like, snap oversteer randomly and arbitrarily. Now, I know somebody said, oh, you should hold off on your opinions because you're not a very good driver. Well, one, fuck you. But two, I know I'm not a particularly great driver, but I think I represent the average driver. Maybe a little bit better than some, but not the greatest driver. So as a representative of a normal sort of person, this car doesn't handle great. Fun factor? There is a lot of fun to be had in the ginormous amount of power, but the rest of it kind of falls a little bit short. Cool factor, 10. Trackability, 5. Features. I'm assuming a stripped out car like this, not going to be the most feature packed. I love the leather strap. I didn't notice that before. Well done, Jaha. Yeah, not a lot of features. No sat nav or anything, which makes sense, but still, we're judging by modern day standards. People wanted a more comprehensive score. That's what I'm going to do. Features. It's going to be like a 3 because you can turn traction control off with like a really cool dial and everything, even if that's not particularly realistic. Comfort. I'm assuming in a car like this is not going to be particularly high at all. I'm assuming it's also going to be a particularly loud car. So the comfort's going to be probably quite low. It's probably going to be like a 3. Because, oops, daisies, that wasn't meant to happen. Yeah, those seats look very thin. So that's also another thing on there. Quality, this is handmade, so you'd think that the quality would be quite high, but handmade is usually a byword for not being easy to like interchange parts, stuff like that. I know that's more of an ongoing sort of thing, but usually that means that there's just more issues. Like look at Lotus and Aston Martin for handmade cars, and Ferrari sometimes. They're just not particularly great. So we're going to go with something like a 3 out of 10, especially since you're pushing a standard engine that hard. I'm assuming it's not going to be the most long-lived engine. Like, you'll have to keep it up to date. Practicality. No rear seats, not much boot space, I'm assuming, especially with like knacker ducts and everything going through it. Practicality is going to be somewhere like a 3. It's not cramped, but it really is only 2 seats. Value? What was the price of this? Cooper Works 911. $2 million! Ongoing costs, probably also going to be absolutely horrendous. J-Beam editing, That's like, what, a 7 for doing steering wheel and gauges and that sort of stuff? Pretty nice. Would I buy it? No, because I couldn't afford it. Even in the slightest. Like, generally, this is a modifier score based upon my opinions. Would I buy it if I had the money? Sure, but I don't have the money to even contemplate it, so it's just going to get a 0. The je ne sais quoi, it does look really nice. Like, it looks really, really nice, but not like supercar nice. It just kind of feels a lot nicer, especially that interior. You know what? That interior does look really, really nice. We're going to bump that up by an even extra point. Realism. A 7? I feel like they may have done some stuff for aero on the front to make sure the nose doesn't lift off on the Singer cars, though I'm not entirely sure. I suppose realism and, what's the other word? Commonality might be kind of a little bit of a mix there, I've noticed with my scores. Welcome, Dawson Hoffback. Realistic, I've made a terrible mistake. I've sent a pre-electric version of the car. Oh dear. Yeah, go ahead, put it in the comments, and I'll try to make sure I update that. Thank you for doing that, though, because if it had engine noise, it was going to be an immediate 0 on pretty much everything. So I'll let you do that. Especially on such a car which has had so much love put into it from you and Tievsky. Dawson, that explains the visible V8? Yeah. What score? What are we talking about? 3,300? What? I'm confused. My automation... Uni Stally... It's... What? I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Space Warrior. Uninstall itself? Oh, that's weird. I thought you did put up the pre-electric version. Anyway, so 77. Actually, not a bad score. I really like it. It does well on the weekend scores in the areas in which it matters. But on the daily scores, it's not a daily car. So if you were expecting a good daily score, I don't know, man. That's questionable choice. Well, the blurb says the manufacturer lied. What if they also lied about the engine? Oh, I love that. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. So everyone, say thanks to Ware Vixen. Give them a little bit of round of applause for that joke. That was a really nice one. Why can you barely read? I'm dyslexic. Which is why streaming is maybe not the best thing for me, but I do like to stream, so I'm going to stream. And people like to watch streams, so I do. BMW Z4. It's just you guys have to put up with a little bit of a dyslexic fell. Okay, that was weird. Changed orientation. I didn't expect that. Let's go have a look. This is the BMW Z4. So this is an attempt to get as close as possible to the original car. 2021 version. Those should have been automatic then. And $42,300 sounds about right. I think you're losing brain cells. Wow. Quite the dick, aren't you? Doesn't have traction control. That's slow. I know we're going uphill, but that's slow. That is very slow. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold on. BMW Z4S. Is it the S Drive 20i? Hold on. There was more of an explanation to it. Oh, it is the S Drive 20i. I don't think it's an M Sport. Hold on, let's have a look. Yeah, I don't see M Sport on there. I just see Sport. So we'll just get rid of that for now. And have a look at the details. Wait, it comes with the turbo? Oh, 3 engines. 145 kilowatts, 190 kilowatts, or 285 kilowatts. That's a lot! It doesn't seem that we have 0 to 100 numbers here. What a shit website. Thanks a lot for nothing. Car sales, let's skip that one. Top Gear. Let's have a look here. Do we have... No. Okay, is this going to be 60 or 62? No, and no. Okay, let's go 62. Damn it. What the hell? 6.6 seconds. Okay. Why was that so hard to figure out? Let's put it here. This is not flat ground. Let's go back to the drag strip. And you know what? We're not going to use a particularly... Oh, you know what? No. We will use a traction-y bit of the track. Though it might bog a little bit too much. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Except... it's coming out in a shit orientation. I wish F7 did a better job. Also, you got the windshield coming out the back there. Ooh, it's a big F by me. And let's bring up performance timers. Yeah, bogs down way too much. Wow. Getting close to 11 seconds. That's not great. Yeah, even here we're getting too much traction. So I think, unfortunately, this is not fan-diddly-tastic. Let's try this again. I feel the gear ratios are way off as well. Like, way off. What was 0 to 100 just then? It was 10.5 again. So, yeah. My mum, Skoda Fabia, is faster. 71 horsepower, by the way. This? Oh. Or the Octavia. It's the BMW Z4 China knockoff edition. Super limited, you just don't know about it. Fair enough. Let's see at least how it handles. Because the acceleration is abysmal right now. Do we have any... Nope, no animated stuff. Very loud as well. How'd you make such a slow car be so loud? Handling seems okay. That's what BMWs are known for, particularly hard suspension and lots of... This is very loud! Okay. Handling is mediocre. I think I may have damaged the suspension a little bit. It's pulling a little bit to the left. Let's see how it goes into the next few corners, then we'll give it a fill score. So coming down here. Slow down. Brakes are okay. Turn-in is pretty dull. Cornering is pretty dull. That's unfortunate, because it does actually seem like an exciting car. God, it's so slow! Alright. Anything under 10 seconds is considered pathetic? You mean over? Even for a grocery getter? Yeah, I'd say that 10 seconds is kind of that sort of cut-off time now. Older cars, that's actually quite fast, but yeah, no, that's pretty darn slow. And it also sounds like it's farting all the time. Like, that is not a good sounding exhaust. That's way too loud. It looks good, it just needs racing stripes? Sure. The the president has been updated. Check the comments. Okay, cool. I will check when we get around to that car. Sounds like a Z4. Guess this? That's way too loud. Let's go ahead and give you a fill. Oh, you know what, actually? Just look up any review for a normal BMW. Just augment it with the fact that it's really slow and not that fun. Everything else should be basically a Z4. Unless you really, really specifically wanted me to give you a score. It'll be worse than a BMW Z4 score, though, because it is chronically slow. It needs 50 more kilowatts, I think, and like a rework of the gearbox. So my Ford Falcon Ute, first gear will go up to like 55, and then second gear will go to like 100, around about. So the fact that this thing was in third gear and it was only going 80, you've done some weird scrunching of the gears. I think what might have happened actually is you may have accidentally seen that the thing was saying, hey, you got wheel spin. Sure, all road cars will have a certain amount of wheel spin. Usually it's dealt with by traction control so you don't see it. Or what normally happens is people just don't drive their cars wheel spinning all the time. So don't be afraid of having like 10, 15% wheel spin. That's kind of like a normal car range. Do you choose the cars or do you take toppers? I take the top of the week and then I pick one beginner car. And I think this is kind of a beginner car pick. Like, it doesn't really look like one, but it was kind of like that or a different one, which didn't seem particularly enthralling. So I wanted that one. Okay. Let's try taking this one around the track. I know it's not a track car, but let's try, because we've been doing everything on the track so far. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that. God damn it. I hate the new UI system. So I have to press exit, I have to go up to UI apps, I have to go up here to edit, I have to click X, I have to click yes, then I have to hit exit, then I have to hit exit again. Why did they make the game more clunky? What the hell, devs? Oh, this is so much faster already. Yeah, no, this is much faster. But it's also an automatic, so it gets up into the stall range so much faster. I think maybe on a flat ground, in the top end, this thing might suffer a little bit, but off the line, this is seemingly a lot faster. I got my dad's old 2006 Honda Accord to spin its wheels. Even the most basic of cars have wheel spin. Yeah. Yeah, building to the automation graphs will not get you the best performance spin being. It's a good guideline to start with. But then, yeah, there are certain things that don't translate well. Like aero doesn't translate well. Oh no, the spoilers. Why my eyes? What, this? This is meant to be a tacky car, and I believe it's meant to be based off of a Grand Theft Auto car. This has a custom sound and thought it doesn't really matter. The fuel type and tanks have been turned to diesel. Nice work. Okay, interesting. Would have loved to have seen you then turn the exhaust particulates up for a little bit of rolling coal. But then again, I suppose you wouldn't roll coal in a Escalade type vehicle. What the hell? How'd that get in front of me? Weird. There's a wing just randomly, arbitrarily laying on the ground. Alright, yeah, now, when this gets up to the top end, this thing really does stall out on speed. Quite a lot. Very diesel-esque, I like. By diesel-esque, I don't mean like a hopped-up, top-of-the-line diesel sports car. What I mean is like diesel-esque for a car like this. Does this really have a custom sound? Maybe. Doesn't sound like special. Sounds appropriate. Maybe a little bit loud for a car that's meant to be all about luxury. I feel that this one would be a lot quieter. And it's struggling. But then again, not struggling much because it does seem to have a decent amount of torque. Spoiler on the front should be creating lift, and BeamNG would give if spoilers. That is not a spoiler. I believe that is a wing. But it's not actually... Oops. Daisy, what the hell? Oh, okay, I got the camera speed set all the way up. Is there actually a wing in here? Or is it glitched out? I think there might have been a wing here and it glitched out. I'm not actually sure what this fixture is. It looks like a wing fixture that I know. It's weird. That's actually creating downforce, and there's actually quite an angle on that too. It's BeamNG diesel V8. Oh, okay. That's a wind deflector? Oh, okay, yeah, I kind of see that. Don't they usually more conform to the shape of the body, like as a kind of a coating, more than anything else? Bug shield? Yeah, okay. I kind of see that. Remember the blurb for this SUV said that it's something like 700 newtons of torque at only 200 horsepower? Yeah, it feels like a sluggish diesel car. I've only ever driven the one, but it kind of feels like it, yeah. Like, off the line, instantly, like a little bit of pep, But then immediately, like, you start to feel it's falling out of, like, a wind. Yeah, but the prop didn't want to cooperate? What? Anyway. I like it. It's fairly cool. But would I own it? Hell no. I'd never own a car like this. Like, by, like, wanting a car like this, I just wouldn't want it. But that's my opinion. I don't like SUVs. Let's go ahead. Styling. It's not a looker. In the 2000s, this might have been really popular. Do we have a name for it? What's it called? Or something like 4000, right? Here we go. Okay. So this is by Ware Vixen and Itasha Sebanera. 2007 car, so it's kind of in that sort of Escalade sort of period that we know. Here in Australia, we don't know much about Escalades. We just know the ones that rappers had all the time. $31,700. That's very cheap. People got a small block diesel powered SUV. Wait, small blocks came in diesel? That's weird. The size of your newest skyscraper with a vanity body kit. So let's go ahead. Styling. By today's standards, it's not pretty. So it's going to be like a 5 because it's not ugly. It's just not pretty. Acceleration. I'm not going to give it a really low score, but I'm going to give it a 4 because it's not great. You know what? No, that's a 3. It really does get slugged when it gets up higher. Handling. It's not great again, but it's also not the worst. There are worse handling SUVs I've driven in real life. Fun factor. Cool factor. I don't know. Bling cars aren't really that popular anymore, so I'm going to go with 5 on that one. Trackability, 0. Features. Looks like a classic Karen car. Sure, yeah, I get that. It's cool. I made this to be sort of like a meme that existed in real life. Sure, okay. It was born when it was made. Sure, okay. The driver would like to meet your manager. Suddenly, like I get an email from Susan Wisowski. Why is this woman emailing me about this, like, nobody YouTuber? What are you doing? You went alive in 2000? Oh, dear God. Anyway, I feel like the steering wheel is, like, a little bit low. Anyway. Oh, dash cam. Oh, no. Features. It looks like we have all of the kind of modern mod cons. Probably wouldn't be the most modern since it's a 2008 car, but it'll still be pretty good. So we're going to go with like an 8 on that one. Comfort. Pretty good. Probably... I mean, it's American, so it wouldn't be the greatest. So like a 9. Did I... There we go. Quality. It's American, so it's not going to be the greatest, but it will be pretty decent. Something like an 8. Practicality... This is going to be pretty good. It's a big SUV. The practicality on this is good. That's what this thing exceeds at, practicality. Though it's off-road ability. Does it have front drive? Yeah, it does. So practicality on this is like pretty epic. Value. 31,000. That was probably a pretty good price, and it's probably not gone down a huge amount. So value is going to be somewhere around like a 6. Ongoing costs, I'm assuming... Diesel, pretty good. High-end car, I don't know. Let's just go like a 7 on that one. That one's really too hard for me to judge. Beam editing, none. Would I buy it? No. Je ne sais quoi. I don't really think I'm missing anything here. Realism. Is there a realism here that wasn't picked up? You know what? Yeah, let's put an extra 5 points into that. Ha-ha! Meme car with the meme number. Well done. I didn't even notice that. Yep, that was... perfect. The interior only exists to be a silhouette, since the windows are blacked out. Fair enough. Welcome, Ibjelka and Vlogs. How's it going? Perfect. Yeah, I agree. Best number? Not much realism. No dancers hanging out of the back seats? What? Oh, okay. Weird. Nice. I agree. Very nice. I put 9 on practicality. It's not practical to park. Yeah, but I've already set the score and it's a meme score, so we all like it. We're all happy. Alright, let's go on to the next car. Next meme car. Trolley, let's see what we got. The electric car. Let's go download the electric car. Probably gonna have to restart my game though. Here it is. Let's go see the comments. There we go. Once it here for the... It's for the actual electric version. Cool. Let's go ahead, downloady. What is this weird song? Kind of like it. See, the thing about that, I think I have a rebuttal for your parking job. The thing about this with parking is if you see like a small car, like a small hatchback or something like that, you can just drive over it and you got yourself a car park. I think that works. I know, whatever, you get the idea. Let's go ahead and downloads, grab that. Not 3D modeling, recording. No, not recording either. Mods, here we go. That's the one to put it in. Let's see if it'll jank out and tell me no. No, it didn't. Okay, good. Let's hope. Well, the picture didn't update. Yep, okay. Let's go ahead and relaunch the game. That's the wrong game. That's what I meant to run. There we go. My brain don't work so good. My ADD is getting too much right now. You have to think of a kick car to make? Yeah, if people didn't know, challenge for next week is... Oh, not challenge, theme. If you want to partake in the theme, is kit cars. Let's go ahead, do free roam. What was this again? Electric car. I feel like you may take one of those around a driving experience center. Let's go there. Bra auto emojis? What? Oh, I think it does that itself without asking me. What do I need to activate to tune things like brake strength in Beam game? Are you talking about how I do it? Well, what I do is I go into the file, I unpack it from BeamNG first. I go into the files, I go to the suspension sections, I put in a variable and custom name it for all wheels and stuff. Oh, sorry, for all brakes and stuff. Then I replace the brake torque value with the new value that I made, which is a bit of code. Then yeah, that's how I do that. On the front and back. If you want to know how I did it, it's kind of the same sort of thing that I did with the wing video, the Le Mans hypercar video that I did with twin turbos. I went over a little bit of a tutorial on there and how to do adjustable wings. A similar sort of thing, except elsewhere. Let's see if I have time. I don't know where to post it. In the description, Reddit. It tells you what to do. You hope you can make a kick car? Cool. Try to keep in mind everything is going to be in kit form, so most likely a space frame. Relative to mine, claim that his widened and lifted pickup is the best city car he ever had. It's easy to find in front of them all. Nice. Let's go ahead and find the car. Here it is. Okay. The electric car. Good. We don't have the engine no more. Let's just double check that the engine aren't in here no more. Good. No engine. If you had it done in the new version, you can actually hide the engine. You didn't even try to replace it though, which is unfortunate. Would have liked to have seen you, if you had the new version of automation, you could have done a lot better, but like stuck an electric motor in of some sort, I think that would have been pretty cool. Put in like a battery pack. There is the mod battery fixture. Like you could have stuck a bunch of those in, especially since this would have been lead acid as well. Let's pause the music for this one. Also, the custom chunky off-road tires video you did. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I did it in that one as well. I think that was like Chunky Boy or something, or Thick Boy, I'm not sure. Time to sell my soul to the devils again and make a custom space frame. Okay, you can make a custom space frame, I'll just choose space frame. Nice EV sounds. It is very slow. You said this thing had 200 horsepower? Is this like 1,000,000 tons? Why is it so slow? It's 2 tons, it's not that heavy. Things should have like buttloads of torque. It should be getting wheel spin off the line. Tieski does have a fair, good understanding of the working nature. If you don't know who Tieski is, he's I don't know if this is offensive to say, but he's a crony of Shiny-Odd. Good friend of his, and we did a video together. We were in the Group C video together. Let's have a look at the torque graph. There we go. It is a very flat torque graph. How is what? How does it have the same horsepower and torque? I have never seen that before. Usually, that's weird. I don't understand. That's very weird. Huh. Usually the torque is so much higher than horsepower. That is very... Wait, is that 100? I thought they said it had 200 horsepower, which would then be 200 newton meters. This is not right. Also, electric cars do actually have a power curve. It's nowhere near as much as a petrol car, but it does have a bit of a power, a curve to the power. Especially on old cars like this, there would probably be lead acid batteries. So yeah, it would have a much more pronounced curve as well. I'm really disappointed by this. You ever put mufflers on an electric car? Rich Rebuilds did. One of the best YouTubers up until recently. It's become a little bit weird. I don't care for him too much anymore. Something's just different about him. But he put on like sound-making mufflers onto his car. Very weird sort of thing that BMW used, I think, and I think they got it from there. Is it a CVT? I don't think so. No, the RPM is going up. This is not speed we're looking at. The RPM is going up. So, no, not a CVT. The way the torque works with an electric motor is whack. I wanted like 700 newton meters of torque and 200 horsepower. So what you'd have to do then is have a lot less of an RPM range, and you would have a lot more torque for the horsepower. But you're also like off by 50%. Like it's half the amount of power it's meant to have. Oh my god, bro, got an RC plane engine. What? And it's dual motor? Oh, okay. That would explain. But then this graph should be different. Anyway, whatever. God damn it! I hate BeamNG devs. They fucking suck dick. Goddamn cocksucking pieces of shit. Sorry, I'm losing my temper, but fuck them. Well, torque will always cross with power at some horsepower. Power is nothing more than a torque multiple of RPM. Sure. Yeah. I don't think that's... I think Tievsky only put one motor in for you. Because this does not feel like 200 horsepower or 200 newton meters even. Demonetization? Sure. I mean, it's much later in the video, so it's not within the first 30 seconds. What, Phil? You don't like fiddling with the UI garbage for 3 minutes, what you used to take about 15 seconds? Yeah, I know. What could I hate about that? I do like the sound, though. The sound of this sounds pretty good. I feel as if it would be louder, though. Like, have you heard old electric cars? They're not quiet. Like, even Teslas aren't that quiet, and they're, like, very loud. But they're also, very powerful, sorry. Very modern. And a very different sort of thing. I also feel that this would be a lot more high pitch. I feel like the volume could have been, like, 4 times as loud, though. Okay, when you get up to speed, it's a lot noisier. Okay, no, I get that. It's just that slow. It does feel quite slow. I've made an engine in automation where I have 200 horsepower and 600 foot-pounds without them crossing over. And that can happen. One driving front wheels and one driving the rear. Yeah, I don't think it does have 2 engines. I think they may have accidentally only given it 1 engine and powered all 4 wheels of it. The sound of this sounds like an automation B4 engine sound downshifted and down-tempoed massively? Maybe, but it also does sound a little bit electric. What? Your SUV? What the fuck are you talking about? Yellow dollar sign, sure, scary. Then just give me lots of donations. There's the donations box. I don't have donation notifications turned on there. I should really figure out how to do that. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score unless you specifically don't want one. But I don't mind giving this one a fill score. This one feels kind of cool, but also it's really shit. It's 2 engines. I've checked the code. Oh, okay, cool. You know what? Actually, I could check the code right now. Duh. Camso engine. There's only 1 engine here. Let's have a quick squiz. Slot type Camso engine. Electric motor. Front motor. Rear motor. Okay. Then let's check a few other little details. It's driving all 4 wheels. Hold on. Yeah, that's weird. What? And this one doesn't have a transmission. Hold on. I don't think one of the engines is hooked up to... motors is hooked up to the car. I'm not entirely sure how this setup works, because they've done a weird thing here. I would have made 2 Camso engine J-beams, and just slightly offset the name. I wouldn't have done this. Yeah, I don't think that's done right. Is there a rolling... I don't think there is. This is also incorrect. They're both slots. And it's only showing the 1. And it's... Welcome back, we'll change name. I think that there's been a mistake here. Yeah. I don't think they've hooked up one of the engines. And I don't think both engines are active. Because we got here the type and the name and the index name are all like electric motor, rear motor, electric motor, front motor. Camso engine, slot type. Car engine. There should be subcategories here. Am I thinking of this wrong? I think this is wrong. No, that is right actually. One of my PC specs? Old. AMD 5600 or is it 5300? I don't know. Mid-range AMD and a 1080 Ti, 32 gigabytes of RAM. I need the RAM more for editing and stuff. Yeah, I don't think this is set up quite right. I'd have to actually like do a big deep dive. Let's actually check one last thing. Do we have a rolling road of any sort for like testing power? No. We got wheel rollers. Got a weight pad, but no dyno. That's unfortunate. Anyway, let's go ahead and give it a score. Styling. It's out there, but it's not good. It's realistic, but not good. So let's go ahead and get that styling like a 3 out of 10. That is quite an unattractive car. Acceleration, that's really bad. That's like a 3. No, that's like a 2 out of 10. That's pretty slow. Handling, not great. We're gonna give it like a 4 out of 10. Fun factor, like a 1, because it's fun to go around in like this cool old electric car. Cool factor is going to be a little bit higher because it's very rare, but it's also very shit. Trackability, 0. Features, oh, I can't tell the interior, but I'm assuming they're not going to be particularly great or last particularly long. So we're going to go ahead and give that one like a 1 out of 10 because it might have a bit of a fan in there. Comfort, I'm assuming is going to be very mid. It's going to be like a very custom-y sort of interior, not particularly great. Quality, probably not particularly great on older cars, but then again, it wouldn't break down a lot. A lot of these, like, one-off electric cars or, like, low production run electric cars were not great quality because of the fiberglass bodies and stuff. Practicality. You don't have a lot of range. What was it, 90 miles? But at least it's got 4 doors and a big boot. So practicality is going to be somewhere around, like, a 6. Unfortunately, it's unwieldishly long, making it hard to maneuver in things like car parks, like was said before. We'll take that into consideration. Phil, the front engine works. I stuck it on the wheel rolls. Yes, I know. All wheels are driven, but they're all driven from one motor, and all from one transmission. But only one of them was hooked to the transmission. So that's the problem. I wouldn't have done it the way that they laid it out. Value. I'm assuming the value on this originally was like $31,700. That's actually quite a good value. But nowadays you're buying like a decrepit old, like not particularly great car. Because, oh wait, hold on. This is the wrong car. I'm looking at the wrong one. Control W, Control E. What's the name of the car? The Markin EV concept. Okay, cool. There we go. So yeah, there was no price on it. It was a concept. It was a one-off. So I'm assuming not particularly great on the quality. Wrong thing. There we go. So value on this is going to be like not particularly great. It's going to be like a 2. Quality, we're going to turn that back down because it is a concept car. Quality on those, not particularly great. You know, actually even less than that. It is a concept car. Ongoing costs is going to be absolutely abysmal on a car like this because you don't actually know it is still electric. So it's going to be fairly decent. But the battery is going to be quite shite and actually it will be like a 6. J-Beam editing. I'm going to give that like a 6. Because it is quite a hard mod to do and do right. Though I don't think it was quite executed right. But there was nothing else. It was only just the one thing. And the sound. Would I buy it? Depends on the price. I think a 6. No. A 4. But still, the je ne sais quoi factor, like a 7. I do like it. But then again, it is really slow. And I think done wrong. Realism. Like an 8. It does feel quite realistic. Because there were a lot of cars like that back in the day. But then again, the power doesn't feel realistic. So I'm going to go 7. There's a UI app that shows torque paths between engines and driven wheels if... Ah! Okay. Yeah, let's go check that out. What's it called? Let's just go vehicle info, see if it helps us. There we go. Powertrain visualization. Yeah, 2 batteries, 1 motor. So it's only showing the 1 motor, rear motor. Oh, front motor. Oh, wait, hold on. No, there is a front motor, and it is attached. I thought that was battery pack, my bad. I can't tell what this is connected to. Okay, so it is actually working. You're right. I still feel like there's something wrong. This does not feel like 200 horsepower or 200 newton meters. 200 newton meters is not much, but it should push a 2-ton vehicle like this better than that. Okay. So they have done it right. But I think there's something wrong. Something doesn't seem right. It is bugging out. And I think the bug out... Hold on. Let me try a different car as well. Let's just go grab something quickly. The pointless spawn new. Let's go find a different car. Something 4-wheel drive. Cool, you. Let's grab like a more powerful version so it might struggle a little bit. Yeah, let's go with that. That'll do. It's the gearing? Maybe. Yeah, this goes back to 0, but then this one... Something seems weird. What the f... What does Mercium reflect? What the hell? I don't know what that is at all. Yeah, I feel like there's just something wrong with that mod, and I'm not sure what it is. I don't know how to really do it. That's not also the way I would do the mod, personally, but I don't know. Control E. Remove current. We were given it a fill score. 63. Yeah, it is a pretty abysmal car. But I think you kind of expected that, especially when they lied, and it is a one-off concept. But when I made the engine, the power and torque figures were parallel. They wouldn't have crossed over. Okay, cool. You're still talking about that. Just got back to watch the section of the Z4. I just wanted to input. I focus mainly on price. Okay. I have a version of the car with no budget and the same engine, but with weight reduction. 0 to 60 was 4.4 seconds. Well, that's then unrealistic again compared to your one that you were going for. There are ways of saving money, and BMW saves on quality. Like, their cars, they just break, and they don't mind because then you have to pay to repair it. That's just part of their business model these days. Very German. Micro Reflect is for drive management cloning? Oh, really? I haven't used that in a long time. I just used that for when my drives failed. I just wanted to clone it when I had it working. Whoops! Alright, let's go ahead and... I hate this notification. I have to get rid of the notification. I know what the notification is, but still. Weird. Wait, what? Anyway. Yep, cool. And that one. Thank you. Thanks for the notification. Great. Love it. Next car. That was fun and interesting, but a little too slow to have fun with. So the driving experience was a lot less. The Rondi 3.4 IR course. By Broken Ursa, 1972, $56,000. A 9-cylinder radial, it was a commercial success. Sure, okay, this is an alternate universe. And helped to establish their brand nomenclature. Okay. That's loud! Give it a try! It does sound unique. It does sound very, like, aeroplane-esque, I will admit. It's a little, maybe too loud for a road car? The engine doesn't sound as smooth as I would expect for a radial. I do like it though. This is handling quite nicely. This is feeling pretty good. Might actually take this around a racetrack. There's that big rear weight to the end, to the rear end, which is overly tall. It has built-in Doppler. Maybe. Trying to get it back onto the track. Doesn't like being on dirt. That sounds like a high revving radial? Okay. I myself had thought about making a radial engine in the past. Anyway, let's go ahead and take this over to a racetrack because I want to time it. Let's put it around West Coast. Racetrack. That does sound really good. Maybe my headphones are up really high because for me it's deafening. I did the sounds to get the Merlin engine sound from Firehawk. I don't know what the Firehawk is. I tried to make it quieter, but it's still pretty loud. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, something has changed in BeamNG sound editing. It doesn't listen to like the volume settings anymore for some reason. Let's bring it out. I feel like this one might do pretty well for low power. I've modeled one. They are annoying. Yeah. I know somebody made a 3D model. One lap, play. This should be pretty fun. I'm gonna go full sweat mode on this and not talk. Because I want this one to be like a good lap time. Lots of wheel spin that time. It's very quick 0 to 100. This feels nice to drive. I keep thinking it's heavier than what, faster than what it is. So I'm braking too early, unfortunately, sometimes. But then I don't know if I'm brave enough to brake late in this car because it gets unsettled. It's... yeah, something's... like, it handles nicely, but I feel that braking into a corner might be a little bit precarious. There we go. And somebody will fit a Spitfire engine to a car. Like a Merlin engine or something like that. Straight 8s were traditionally airplane engines. Oh, braking was super sketchy there. This handle's really fun. Like, I don't know how fast it is, but so far it's handling like a fun car. Feels a little bit chuckable. Though it feels if you chuck it a little bit too much like that, it will bite you. Nice. Doing pretty well. It feels pretty good. It just feels nice to drive. And it's not the slowest time. That might be faster than... What is it faster than? Great, I love no license. What is this bullshit? Wait, why does Ekai Min have a lap time here? Ekai Min, have you snuck into my house and put a lap time down? Why is it not showing any of the names for cars? What is this garbage? What are BeamNG devs doing? It's got the Viper bite to it. It's a little bit more of a weight thing as opposed to a snappy power thing. Phil, are you using a wheel? If so, what wheel? No, I don't break out my wheel for reviews of cars because it's a big pain in the butt to bring out. So let me go over all of the issues as to why I don't use my racing wheel here. As you can see the top of it right there. I just usually use a controller. So first I would have to drop the desk down, which it is a an adjustable height desk. I don't usually splurge on things, but I really wanted a good desk. So I would drop that down, then I'd have to drag this heavy-ass thing up here. I'd have to plug it in. I might have to restart Beam. I wouldn't be in the camera anymore. And the camera is not a small camera, so I can't just move it with the monitor. And I just like standing during streams. It just feels more loose. Because if you look at me, the one thing you think of is, hey, that's a relaxed guy. Anyway, I like it. It's pretty freaking awesome. Design is quite nice. There's just lots of cool things about it. I do like the design. Even if it does get a little bit weird down here, I still do like it. Anywho, this is by Broken Ursa. So, styling. It's not like the biggest hit at the ball, but it's pretty nice. So I'm going to give that somewhere like a 7. It's pretty good. But is it any like hypercar? Nah. There were like the Testarossa and the Lamborghini final edition of the Countach. I thought those were pretty epic looking cars. This one looks pretty good, but is it that? Not quite. This is more sports car territory with its price 56,000. Okay, cool. Acceleration. Feels pretty good. So I think I'm going to give it a 7. Handling is pretty nice. It's like an 8. It's not... You know what? A 7. And then we'll give it a 9 on the fun factor. I think if this thing handled this way, but somehow managed to have more power without that negatively affecting the handling, then I'd give this a 10. But as it stands, it's like a 9. It's pretty darn good. Cool factor is also going to be pretty high. Is it a Testarossa or anything like really outlandishly cool and make kids go, wow? Not as much. But to a lot of people, it's still a pretty cool car with that radial engine. Trackability. It is an older car, so I'm not going to give it like a really high score, but I'll give it a pretty decent score there. Features. Let's see what we got here. Let's see that radial. Okay, well, they've kind of tightly packed a wheel around the radial engine. Not entirely sure what it is that they've done here or why they've done it. Is Broken Ursa here? Yeah, they are here. There's trouble with this car. It felt understeer, and the brakes can't decide if they want to lock the front or lock the rear or not lock at all. They just feel nice. Like, it's not a supercar. Yeah, pretty good. Music is finished. Features. Yeah, let's have a look. It's got a radial. Doesn't seem to have any sort of AC. It doesn't have sun visors even. Though it does have a rearview mirror. It has a clock. It's like features 2. Comfort. No like proper neck support. It's a very low seating position. It is an older car. It is very uncomfortably loud, so the comfort is not going to be particularly great. It's going to be somewhere like a 4, because it is a sports car. Quality. I don't know. How many did they produce? I did not forget the air conditioning this time. Really? Is it because it didn't come with air conditioning? Is that why you didn't forget it? Let's start up the next cue of music. Anyway, yeah, I see vents, but I don't see any controls for them. You take a really long time to respond. So I'm just going to go like a 6 on this. I'm assuming radial engines probably don't age particularly well. If not maintained fastidiously. Practicality. It's not very practical. It's got 2 seats, so it gets a score of 2. You know what, actually? With a radial engine like this, you're probably going to have like a decent-sized rear trunk behind it, which is something that happens with a lot of mid-engine cars. You compared one of my cars from last week... Sorry, you complained one of my cars last week didn't have AC. Yeah, neither did this one. Unless... Nope, no hidden dial. Practicality, yeah, pretty low. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll give it like a 4, because it looks like it has a sizable boot. Value. $56,000. It's not particularly cheap, but it's also not particularly slow for what you're getting. I'm assuming the price of these are going like up really a lot now, so we're gonna go a 6 on that. Ongoing, because I'm assuming it's like an MX-5, where they're not cheap anymore. Ongoing costs, I'm assuming, once again, might not be particularly great. I really don't know. J-Beam editing. I don't think there was really any, was there? Would I buy it? 10. Je ne sais quoi? I feel like it's fairly well represented. Actually, yeah, no, I would. Realism. A radial in a more modern car, I just don't see it. That also, like, realism and commonality, like, as in, like, is it common to see these sorts of things are kind of blending together there? So realism is like, do we see that sort of thing? It's going to be quite low. And is there anything that's not really depicted here? I don't think there's really much of a modifier score to add here. So we're going to go with, like, a 5. I moved the engine in Beam to match the block. Oh, awesome. Cool, that's a very simple thing, but we'll just add a 2 to that. So that's like a very simple thing, but still you've put some thought into it. I actually wondered whether you had done that, and I wasn't actually commenting on the fact that the engine felt a little bit tall, because I thought that's probably just psychosomatic. Let's have a look at that. Engine 1, 2, 3. Does it get as high as the engine? No. So like the top of the engine is a little bit higher than that, especially considering that this... Oh no, you didn't actually get the bottom of the engine either. So no, that works. And the width is about right. Okay, yeah, no, that is actually pretty decent then. I wonder if you got the weight right. I don't know. But yeah, a score of 92, that's actually really high. That's the highest so far today. I do like... I think it is. What did the big SUV get? Oh, sure. That's a decent score. Is there anything that I would do different? I think it's a fairly decent car. If I was making this for a video, that's probably as bad as far as I would go. I might put a little bit more detail into the engine and not have that cover on it. Aside from that... After... and a few other things replaced in lesser versions, because even a hard-run tank engine is never run as hard as an era engine. What? Oh, okay. You'll take a 92? Cool. Alright, next car! Or should I say next meme? Ah! The Tenzo P40. This belongs on a racetrack. 92 is pretty good? Yeah, I don't think many people have reached over 100, have they? I think there's been like 1 or 2. So, yeah, that is a pretty good score. I'm going to have a drink of water. Okay. The Tenzo P40. I believe based a lot upon the... It's the 360, right? close. Maybe there's something else. What? No, that does not look good, especially with that door line. Nah, change the door. I'll get that shit out of here. The rear end. Yeah. I do like the 360, and I will be probably using this trick in the future. I've been trying to figure this out for the longest time, and I've just never thought to use that fixture. I also like the headlights. Very well done there, even if it doesn't look particularly 100%. From a distance, it looks pretty darn good. That feels nice. First gear is really short. Is this low power? Gear ratios are very short here. Oh, we get understeer on power down, which is unfortunate. I feel the suspension is a little too soft. Would Ferrari suspension not be more stiff? I also have to lift off the brakes because it feels like the brakes on the front are a little too powerful and it's causing it to wash out wide a little bit. So, like, trail braking isn't really possible with front bias brakes. Still though, not bad. Oh, understeer. I think if you were to take that corner right, it wouldn't be quite so bad. Maybe this will be okay at an actual hot lap, but as a driving around car, it feels a little bit soft. Would be the word I use. Yeah, like, look at that body roll. And then, under braking, the thing nosedives pretty hard. And the brakes are not great. We were not going particularly fast. This is not a very fast car. Yeah, I don't know. It is nice to look at. And the feeling is nice. Nah. But that washout under brakes, let's have a look at the brakes. Are they well balanced? They should be much bigger on the rear compared to the front. So we have a really big, full maxed out sort of size single piston brake on the front. And on the rear, we have a slightly smaller single piston. Yeah, don't do that. No. The other thing is there's less traction on the front because, oh wait, hold on. Tires look similar, but they are a bit narrow on the front. So a narrower tire needs less brake because there's less point until it locks up the brakes. Phil, can you please review my car last cause I am at work, so props don't have time to watch it, and if I'm still not on the stream, just review it anyway and get the fill score. Crispy Shaman. Your car is the Workhorse Fleet Utility. Oh, that is the last car. That's the old American truck. Yeah, that's the last car on the list. Nah. I feel the front tires are very wide. How do they make me feel like there's understeer? I feel like this thing should dart in a lot more than what it does. Let's go ahead and give this one a hot lap. I'm going to go once again into full sweat mode. And, I should actually say partial sweat mode. Those brakes are not great. See me soon? Okay, cool. One lap, please. Around we go. Should I do timestamps for the stream again? That was actually really cool that you did that. If you do that immediately, then people will want to watch over things. That would help. But that's up to you if you want to do that. That is a lot of work you just did. Work that I am not willing to do myself. So if you want to do it, that's fantastic. I don't know whether... Did a lot of people respond to that or like that post? I'm not sure. I'm going to go into full sweat mode now. Nah, understeer. God damn it, no, that's too bad. Hey, RevHang is here! Nice! Welcome, RevHang. I bet RevHang wants somebody like Crownless in their videos to go through and timestamp everything for them. Whoa. Sorry. It's quite late right now. It's 3:30 a.m. So that will be affecting my time a little bit. It's doing alright. Yeah, not the fastest car through there. I also feel that this thing doesn't have quite as much power as what you'd expect out of a Ferrari-like car. I wonder what the price is. The price will dictate a lot of how I go forward with the scoring on this car. That's the furthest far away braking point, and it barely pulled up in time. And then I had to like have all the braking done before I get into the corner because of the washing out wide. Understeer. Understeer. Come on. On a good car, this should feel like one of the best corners in the game on the track. On a car like that, not so fantastic. Okay, a 2-minute lap. Let's go ahead and, once again, it doesn't tell me what cars these are. That is so infuriating. Anybody know what time I did for the Bollide? Because I'd like to compare this to the Bollide. So I feel like this has a lot less power than the Bollide as well. The only reason I'm staying up at the moment, 6 a.m., is that I need to get blood work done at 9 a.m. Before 9 a.m. Weird, okay. So you're trying to stay up instead of going to sleep? Okay. The car looks cool, at least. It does look pretty cool. It is one of my favorite looking cars. It's not the most outlandish. It's not really a thumbnail car. But it is probably my most favorite car out of the lot for like... There's like a little bit of design boringness here now that I look at it from this exact angle with that exact lighting. But still, it looks really nice. Just nice. Just quite nice. Interesting sounds from Finland there? Yeah. I can do a thing where I sound like a bit of a robot, but not always, like... sometimes I can sound like R2-D2, but I'm really out of practice. Like, very out of practice. Anyway, let's go ahead. $66,900 car. Okay, so for $66,900, that's actually quite good. I feel as if it's a bit numb on the handling, though. So compared to the last one, it's going to be a lot down. So, styling, it's very understated, but it still looks quite nice. That'll probably get more help than realism. For styling, though, we're going to go like a 7. Because for a $66,000 car, that's pretty good. Accelerate, what year is this car? 2003, okay, nice. Acceleration. Like a 6? Feels a little bit numb, I don't know. Handling. Like a 6, it feels a little bit numb. Fun factor. Like a 7, like you can feel rewarded for taking a corner really nicely, but it's not mind-blastingly fun because it doesn't dart around like that last car. It doesn't feel chuckable and all that sort of stuff. It feels if you try to chuck this at a corner, it's just going to go straight through into the corner. Cool factor. I mean, it's going to be fairly cool. It's a mid-engine kind of sports car. So I'm going to go a 7 on that. What engine does it have again? V8, probably a flat plane. I don't get the single cam, though. Well, the twin cam sort of thing. That's weird. So trackability, it's going to be somewhere like a 7. It's not the best car, especially those brakes. Features. I suppose let's have a look. Interior is not a bad place to be. We have a radio. No air conditioning, though there is a fan. So features are going to be like a 3, 2. Comfort. It is quite a soft car, but the seats aren't particularly soft. So I'm going to go ahead and give that like a 6, because it is very soft suspension. The suspension is too soft. Quality. I don't know. They didn't really give us much information. It's supposed to be a luxury sports brand. Quality is probably going to be a little bit higher then. More the fit and finish more than anything else. So we're going to go like a 7 on that. I don't know. For that price, it's probably not particularly high. So let's go a 6. Practicality. There is a little bit of boot space back here, but not a lot. And then the frunk is probably not particularly big either, especially with push-rod suspension. Probably not going to be that high if it was in real life. Let's go ahead and give practicality something like a 3. Value, these cars are probably not cheap, but also not particularly expensive. And I'm assuming it's only going to go up, so we're going to go like a 6. Ongoing costs for this sort of car, I'm presuming it's going to be quite bad. Probably like a 3. But then again, it's not the most powerful, so maybe like a 4, because I'm assuming fuel won't be particularly high. And it's not a really rev-happy engine, so you're probably happier at lower RPMs, maybe? J-beam editing. I don't think there's any. That's fine. Would I buy it? Depends on the price. I would give it like a 9. No, I'd give it like an 8. But I think the price would exclude me a lot. The je ne sais quoi factor. Yeah, 8. The je ne sais quoi doesn't fit into any other category. It just looks really good. That is quite high. Realism. I feel it's not that realistic. Corvette later on did it, but I don't think it would have happened back then, especially with that sort of engine. So I'm gonna go like a 6, because 6 in realism and commonality kind of go hand in hand. So an 87, that's actually a really high score. This is when knowing the automation stats would be useful. Yeah, I think so. Let's go ahead. Actually, hold on. What's the weight on this car? 1,300 kilos. That's not so bad. Next car is... the Victor Metro. This one is meant for rally. Do I leave it on this track or do I try a different track? Do I have my mod maps on that I just got the other day? No, I don't. Utah's not a really great map for rallying, if I'm being honest. I don't really like Utah that much. Like, it's a nice looking map, and some of the off-road is nice, but it's not really a practical map to use, because there's nothing really there. You know what, screw it. Yeah, we're going to leave it on this map. Control-E, bring the car out. Here it is. And then we're going to move over to the rally sections. First, let's start on the figure 8. Sorry about the burp, by the way. F7. Facing the wrong way. Great. Haven't tried this one yet, but the stock model is great fun. Yeah. That's a lot of power. And also the fact that it's 4-wheel drive as opposed to all-wheel drive. I feel that that seems a lot more realistic for this sort of era of car. I feel like the gear ratios for this should probably be a little bit shorter. Being a race car, the gear ratios are quite short. I feel that there's just like a gap between the gear ratios switching between first and second and third even, and turbo coming on to boost. I feel that's a problem. Yep, that understeer of 4-wheel drive as opposed to all-wheel drive. Love it. Glad I made it for this car. It looks really cool. It does look pretty freaking awesome, I will agree. Don't apologize. Own that burp. It felt good, and I felt very proud of it, and then I realized, oh shit, I'm streaming. I can't edit that out. So yeah, I am sorry about people that get grossed out by that sort of stuff. Also, if you haven't liked the stream so far, please go ahead and maybe tap that like button. If you are not subscribed and you do like this sort of stuff, this happens weekly. And I do make my own cars, unlike some other YouTubers that review things illogical. So yeah, come around, check that stuff out, and hang around for a while. It feels a little bit lumping somehow. What is the weight on this? I'm going to assume for a homologation race special like this, what was the name of the car again? The Victor Metro 200. 901 kilos. That sounds about right. So it does feel a little bit crappy for 901 kilos, but these early cars were. What year was it again? 1984, 200 horsepower is also what I was meant to have as well. So it fits into the theme, the 200 horsepower theme that we set. It developed as a homologation model for a rally car that never happened. So yeah, I like it. I personally shorten the gears a bit. For a race car, yes, you do. It is a homologation special, so it's rotorized? I don't know. I don't know how you would do that. So I created the Honda F1 engine used in the McLaren that car. The power output is accurate, but the turbos keep blowing up. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd personally shorten the gears a bit. Yeah. Instructions unclear, unlike the stream. What? I'm ununderstanding. My brain don't work. Do you have a twin engine video tutorial, Phil? Not yet, but it is something I'm planning on doing. If it has 1700cc or less, it passes for Group B regs. I don't know. So what you can do is you can turn engine thermals off if you really want to. Let's chuck it around here. I'm actually going to switch it into manual control mode. Oh, goddammit, I have realistic gearbox set on. Options. Controls? No. Gameplay. Clutch assist. Okay, let's go with that. Ah! That sucked. Oh, almost got that nicely. Let's bring it up to here. Oh, God! I feel the suspension is not really tuned for rough off-roady sort of driving. Because it is a homologation special, it's not a road special. There's a really big moth in this room. Oh. Yeah, I feel the suspension is way too stiff for what I'm trying to put it through now. Let's take it out to a back road sort of racetrack instead. I didn't know I could go through that sign, but that ended up being much worse because then it hit a concrete barrier. Where is... There it is. Do we do downhill or uphill? I think it's a little too low powered for uphill fun, so we're going to have the fun going downhill instead. And let's try going back to manual. Now that it's going downhill, it shouldn't be so bad. Now, I'm telling you that if it has the specs I said, it passes... Yeah, okay. I get it now. God damn it. Alright, let's try that again. There is actually a time trial here. I'm tempted to try it out. You know what? Yeah, let's try out this time trial, whatever this is. Sure. Oh, okay then. It goes from tower to tower. Interesting. Small hot hatch time? Yeah. I've never done this track before. I also like the fact that I have low range, high range selector. That's fun. I know that's not particularly accurate either. Ah! God damn it, that turbo lag is way too late. Oh, it just doesn't have the grip. God damn it. Hold on, actually. Does this have road tires? Ah! No, it has sports tires. And this is the old version of automation, too. What the hell? Why are you still using that? Oh. One more thing to ask about next week's theme. Would a kit rally car classify as a kit car? Sure. There's been a lot of kit cars of, the R46S or whatever that, weird Rover, I think it was, one was? Yeah. Whatever that is. Though then again, those are modified cars? I don't know. Whatever. Have never seen a car like that. Okay. Let's go ahead and manually control this gearbox, because I feel it's, it just doesn't know what gear it wants to be in. Yeah, this thing just doesn't have traction for this, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and abandon. I like this car. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work for what I'm trying to use it for right now. So let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. It's really freaking cool, though. I like it a lot. Oh no, Pontus, you have COVID. I'm very sorry to hear that. MG Metro 6R4, that's the one. Old automation needs mods, and mods. That's why I still use it. Okay, fair enough. Lancia Stratos is still, is also a common kit car. Ah, correct, it is too. And I would love a Stratos kit car. Yeah, there are a lot of Peugeot 306 and Renault Clio kit cars for rally. Cool. Okay, let's go ahead and remove all of these scores so I don't get influenced by them. Okay, styling. I like it a lot, but it might divide a couple of people. So let's go with 7 on that one. I mean, by divide a couple of people, I mean people in the real world, not us car fanatics that look at this and go, wow, that's pretty freaking cool. Acceleration. Yeah, the gears don't make it feel good, so we're going to go with 6 on that. Handling, it's also not particularly great, but then again, it's an old rally car. They weren't great. Fun factor, like 8? If it wasn't for that turbo lag, it'd be so much better. Cool factor, I think it gets pretty up there. But then again, a lot of people don't know about the Rover 6R4, so yeah. Trackability. I feel it's not very trackable. It's not really a trackable type car, especially as a homologation special. Oh, but then again, it's not actually the real car, so it's not like precious. $24,000 is pretty cheap. Features. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's not particularly high. I do like the fact that you've actually put glass on the dash, so that's pretty nice. It does have cool and a radio. So it has 2 features. That's not actually how I'm going to count that, but yeah, anyway. Comfort. It is a very small car. It's not the quietest car in the world. And those seats don't look comfort-orientated. So we're going to go ahead and give comfort there something like probably a 4. I would give it less, but I can't really think of a reason to give it less, like specifically. Quality. I'm assuming for a homologation special, some small ragged out engine like this. It's a V6 twin turbo from what era? 1984? That's going to be really bad. So I'm going to go like a 3 on that. Practicality. I mean, you don't have a lot of boot space, but then again, it is a hatch. There's not much rear legroom. Even if you move the seats into the actual position they would be in, you still don't have a lot of rear legroom. I feel that those seats should be a bit further back. So we're going to go ahead and give that practicality like a 6? A 5? I don't know. Value. I'm assuming the values on these are probably going to shoot up a lot, but it still won't be the worst. So we're going to go 6 on that. Ongoing costs, because it's a homologation special, and it seems to be an engine which was not in any of the other ones, we're going to give that like ongoing cost like a 2. I'm assuming it's also not particularly great on fuel either. If it's got sport tires, that would be bad. Yeah. I think the Cobra is probably one of the most common kit cars. No, the Lotus 7 is the most common kit car. But the Cobras get fairly common. Fiat A7 well, and S2000 are kit cars, but they are using monocoque chassis. S2000 is not a kit car. What are you talking about? Well, I was in the middle of doing a Peugeot 306 Maxi replica when I heard about the theme. So I guess I will submit that and finish it this week. You don't have to participate in the theme. You can just submit something that you're proud of. If you hear the theme and you're like, oh wow, now I really want to make something for next week, that's what that's for. JBeam editing. Oops. Okay, good, it's got that. Do we have dial movement? Oh my god, they put in a digital dash. Nice. I love it. Let's go see, I was wrong. Hey. Do we have... Oh my god. Is this actually fully custom? Have you drawn this all yourself? Or is this from a different car? Actually, are you in the chat even? Who made this? It was Ume and somebody? Umi? Sorry? Can we make something that is basically garbage rubbish? One of those kit cars that basically only give the chassis and body and make you source your own wheels engines. Yeah, that's the sort of kit car I was thinking. It's up to you. He's talking about S2000 rallying class, not the Honda S2000. I don't know. Anyway, JBeam editing, that's pretty darn good. Yeah, not fully custom. Okay, so that's going to be an 8. That's pretty good. That's pretty high up there. Would I buy it? I don't know. It seems really cool, but it also seems like somebody else would have more fun with it. So I'll give it a 6. The je ne sais quoi factor? Eight, because that turbo lag is unfriendly. Like, a car with lots of turbo lag can be fun. That one just feels a little bit weird. Realism. I feel it's not really that realistic. I feel like they would have tried to stick with their normal engine and just pump the shit out of it. So we're gonna go like a 6 on that, I think. But a score of 88. That's pretty darn good. At least the most flashy car, even though it's a small hatchback. It's from the Wendover or something? Oh, okay, cool. Even if you call it the Vendover. Last car. The Workhorse Fleet Utility. Which map do we take this to? You know what, actually, we'll leave it on this map. I know the road that I want to take this on. Hold on, what RPM does this go to? 4,000 RPM, I love it. Oh, gets that one wheel peel, nice. Now, the creator of this is not here right now. You might have this on Utah, but I do like this road. This is one of the most scenic roads in the entire game. In my opinion, you might know a better one, but I just really like this. What? God, this thing is dangerous. This feels like a place where somebody might be creating moonshine. I would have gone to you to ask you how to do a custom one. What? Ah, I do know how to do them custom. I just haven't bothered yet. It's just more work. And you have to do like a whole bunch of weird shit. I just don't want to. Oh, Crispy Shaman, you are here. Call it the Bendover. Okay. Yes, as Cranler said, I was talking about FIA S2000 class, which replaced F2 kit cars with 2000 WRCs. What are we talking about? FIA S2000. That's going to come up with a Honda. I just know it. Oh, okay. Oh, these things. Are they a kit car? I know that they're basically a chassis with a fake body on top almost. But is it really a kit car? I don't know. I'd have to actually get somebody else's opinion because I don't actually know much about this race category. Anyway. This is a really cool, pretty car. I do think it's pretty. And quite cool. Sorry, Groundhog is really above my pay rate. Nice, I like it. I would pay dollars for that custom digital dash video fill. No, I'm not going to. Because I would have to learn a whole lot more. So I know how to do it. I just don't know the specifics is what I should say. It's a dick move. What the devs have done for their game development, absolute bullshit. I think they should be fired for how shitty they've made the system. Ah! We'll get 10 or more in JBeam editing. For that, it needs to have all of the functionality of BeamNG cars and more. Which means, like, click on door handles that illuminate green when you mouse over them. Have, like, a lifting tray bed like some of them have. Have hydraulic suspension. All sorts of different things. Like, to get a 10 means, like, literally you've created the perfect... Oh, god damn it, game, just pick a gear and stick to it. The controllers for these cars suck. That's why I asked about it. I want to see how far I can push the theme. Okay. Perfect for this area? What? What are we talking about? Anyway. I like it. Wait, why does the dash light up when I'm braking? Let's go have a look on the inside. There's no interior camera. Well, there's no moving interior parts, so that's fine. I like this. This is a fairly nice, subtle car. It is quite powerful, though. I want to take it to a racetrack. I want to take you to a gay bar. You know what? This might have participated in some sort of NASCAR, but it'd be a dirt NASCAR, not a bitchmized one for the 1940s. So, let's try it out. God damn it. And, hold on, this has... where's my mouse? There it is. Wasn't moving the way I wanted it to. Let's try! Driving this thing around, this becomes unruly. God damn it, BeamNG and your stupid vehicle controllers. The origins of NASCAR. Oh, this thing gets like really tail happy. Did you put a whole bunch of weight over the rear because of the moonshine in there? I feel as also the wheels are a little too flush with the body. The wheels on these vehicles were really actually quite tucked underneath. That was very soft. That was unfortunate. First hold in Ute. Yeah, look how tucked under these were. They didn't really go with wide tires back in the day. They just had the normal sort of thing. Big tuck under the fenders. Here, they're very flush, and they're very wide as well. These would be, crossflies, not radials. So the realism will get hurt quite a bit. Actually, quite a lot. Great looking truck. It does look really nice. This road is pretty, but I like East Coast. Oh, you're right. East Coast actually would have been a really good choice. We really need individual ratio tuning. You can actually do that in the JBeam. It's actually quite easy. Do I have file open? No, I don't. Let me just quickly show a normal car's gear tuning. Here we go. So make sure you got your tire sizes right and everything, otherwise this will not work the way you want it to. In the engine section, gear ratios. You can set them manually to whatever you want them to be. Anyway, that's that. Just the one line of code, really simple. Go ahead, change it right there. Yeah, I do like this. Quite nice. Feel as if there's some things that are just not really what they should be. So, let's go ahead and give it a fill score. Unless you specifically don't want one, but I'm assuming you do. Because it is a quite realistic car. Oh, thanks, Phil. I didn't know that. Yep, really super simple stuff. Styling. It's quite nice looking. But it's not like a rat rod or anything like that, and the wheels do look very funny on it. They look a bit weird. So we're going to go like a 7. The acceleration, not great. So we're going to go like a 3. Handling, also not particularly great. We're going to go with a 3. Fun factor, it's going to put a smile on your face when you do that one tire fire, so we're going to go 7 on that. Cool factor is going to be pretty good, because it's a nice old car. But once again, it's not like outlandish. So we'll go with that. Trackability, 0. Obviously, it's not really a trackable car. And even on the dirt, it sucked pretty bad. Features. I'd be surprised if... What? If it had any. We have... Is that a clock? No, that's a keyhole. We have a radio. It'd probably be AM. So features, probably a 1. I think that's fair to say. Compared to a modern car, that's not much. Comfort. Let's go ahead and check. Yep, leaf springs on the rear. And kind of normal suspension on the front. So, comfort is going to be quite low. What are those seats? Yeah, no like neck support or anything like that. They're probably also quite thin, hard seats for back in the day. And yeah, so we're going to go quite low on the comfort. It's going to be probably somewhere around a 3. It is an old car. Quality, it would have been probably decent quality back in the day, but now it's like... When you have an old car, you play whack-a-mole with things that break. You may get the car at like certain points in its life, perfect. But unless you spend like $100,000 on your car, it's not going to be particularly high quality. And especially one that's getting close to, in 20 years, 100 years old. So the quality is going to be quite bad. It's going to be like a 3. I'm assuming these sorts of engines will last forever as well. Okay, well... It's a tuned engine, so maybe even less. Practicality. I mean, it's only got 2 seats, but it does have a lot of carrying load. So practicality won't be terrible. It'll be like a 5. For what it is, it's quite practical. Sure. But compared to a modern day car, it's probably going to struggle in a couple of ways. So we'll go a 4. Value. I'm assuming these are going to be really expensive, and they're just going to plateau in price. So... I'm going to put it about a 5, because the price of those don't get... No, we'll put it as a 6. They're going to get expensive, but yeah. Ongoing costs. I'm assuming they're quite reliable. Parts will be available, but getting more into the custom sort of area. So go 6 on that. JBeam editing, none I believe. Would I buy it? A 3. There's like an inkling. I almost bought an old Ford Ute from the 70s from quite a while ago. Perfect music? Was it this one or the last one? The je ne sais quoi. There is a lot of je ne sais quoi. I love the divided windshield, though I feel like it should have been a little bit bigger. I only just realized that you'd done that. Well done. I don't know about the rear windshield wiper, though. So the je ne sais quoi, like pretty darn high. There's something about it that's just special that you've done. The realism is going to be fairly high, but not massive. 68. That's a decent score. It's not bad. It's just kind of in the middle. But yeah, that is today's stream. Oh, we're done. We can go relax. We could sleep. You can go watch all my old videos. And then hit that donation button, which nobody did. Anyway, I hope everyone has enjoyed themselves. This has been quite fun. There's been some really nice cars, like this car and the Metro, the Ferrari, even if it felt a little bit numb. The electric car was interesting, if not like incredibly slow, unfortunately. Damn. Decent score, happy with that? Nice. Barrett Oliver, GG, yeah. Just 1 point short of 69. Yeah, I don't feel it was a meme car, so I probably wouldn't have bumped anything up for that. I can finally put myself through timestamp hell. Yeah. I'm surprised you did that. When I saw that, I was like, holy shit. I think I turned to my partner who was next to me when I saw it. I said, look at this. Somebody went through and timestamped everything. And she was like, wow, that's impressive. And I was like, wow, she doesn't get it. She just doesn't get how much work that was. But yeah, so let's start saying thank you to everybody. Crownless, thank you. Crispy Shaman, thank you very much. Barrett Oliver, thank you for coming by. And also, Crispy Shaman, thank you for the car as well. Rob Beamer, Ume, thank you for the cool car. Did I say Crownless? If not, Crownless. If I did, you get twice. And go back to work again? Finally? Nice. This is nowhere near the timestamps I see in VTuber streams. Really? Oh, okay then. Great stream as always. Thank you, Space Warrior. That is very much appreciated. And thank you for coming by. And Flame Z, thank you for coming by. I know also, God damn it, how am I forgetting his name? Ursa, Broken Ursa, thank you for coming by. And your car. Cheers, Phil. Great stream as usual. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It does feel nice to have people actually verbalize it sometimes. But yeah, who else we got? Let's scroll up a bit. We got Game Boy. Thank you for coming by and for that whole thing about the S2000 thing that I had forgotten about. Where Vixen. Thank you for coming by and for the car. Revhang, thank you for coming by.